by Joe Basil of the Fresno Baptist Church. And prior to Joe stepping up, we're going to do roll call. Madam Clerk, could you help me out, please?
Councilmember Baines, Councilmember Brand, Councilmember Brandow.
Here.
Councilmember Capriolio. Here. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. And Councilmember Zhang.
All right. Joe, would you step up to the microphone and lead us in prayer? Let's all stand up, and when Joe's done, we'll salute our flag.
Father, thank you for the incredible leadership that's here in this room. Thank you for the positions that you've called these people to. You've appointed them to this place for justice, for wisdom, for delegation, to serve this city, to serve these people whom you love, God. You love these leaders. You love this city. You love this world. Father, I pray for Fresno right now as they are being guided by this team that you have put in place. I pray, Lord Jesus, that you bless this city, bless their finances, bless the families, bless the children of our city. Bless the parents. I pray, Lord, you'd bless this meeting. I pray you'd bless the direction of our city. I pray, Lord Jesus, that this would be a year of celebration. This would be a year of jubilee as we look back and talk about all that you did in 2014. I pray this would be a time of not heavy hearts, but times of lifting glasses and toasting and cheering all the great things that you've done. Let it begin today, as I know there's work already been going on even before today. I pray you'd reward these people in their hearts and in their lives and in their families for the sacrifices that they're making. And I pray, Lord Jesus, that year 2014 will be a year of blessing in their lives and in our city and in our families. Praise all in your name, Jesus. Amen.
All right. Thank you, Joe. We have a couple of ceremonial presentations this morning. I haven't seen the SPCA. Oh, they're here. All right. Our very first presentation is with Councilman Quintero and the SPCA. So if you guys would step forward, that'd be fantastic. Oh, look at that little dog. Wow.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And today we have a special guest with us, and I'd like to introduce you to Lily. And Walter thought I was going to say he was our special guest, but he's not. He and Tali are here. Right. And why don't you tell us a little bit about the SPCA, the special that they're having, as well as tell us a little bit about Lily.
Sure. Well, the CCSPCA now is holding this special, this Rachel Ray Challenge. It's in combination with the ASPCA, and we're one of 50 shelters nationwide that is taking part of this challenge. And if we win, we definitely will win some money that will go back to the animals so that way we can hold more specials in the future. Currently, the special that we have till the 8th is $28.80. And the reason we have that adoption special currently is because we're trying to reach a number of 2,880 animals adopted. And that would be our number to win in order to get the money that the ASPCA has currently.
So it's $28.80.
Yes.
So Lily's available for $28.80.
$28.80.
And she's ready to adopt you. And had a little conversation with Lily earlier in the day. She enjoys long walks in the evening, cool evening. Enjoys hanging out during winter in front of the fireplace. Real good conversationalist, and yeah, she'll sit on your lap all day, and she just enjoys hanging out with people. Very friendly, and she's 4 years old. You told me.
She's about 3 to 4 years old. We don't know her exact age because she came to us as a stray. And, she's now available for adoption. She was just sitting there, and her owners didn't come by and pick her up, unfortunately.
So she's mature and gives very good advice. In fact, and very smart, too. I asked her what was on top of a house, and she said roof. So, I mean, that's pretty good. But thank you so much, Walter, and I want to thank you for the great work that SPCA does. I happen to be a lifetime member there, so it's it's heartening to see all the great work that you and the
We'd
folks
like to thank
do.
the Fresno Police Department and Fire Department for coming out on the 1st over at River Park to launch the whole ASPCA challenge. And yeah, thank you very much for helping us out.
Okay, and thank you for bringing Lily. And Lily, we'll see you around, I'm sure.
She'll get adopted today.
Thank you. She'll get adopted today. It's a promise. Bye. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have a presentation from the Department of Public Utilities. So if you guys could step up, they're the golf tournament committee, and you guys recently had a golf tournament. I think you have a trophy to reward.
Long, are you going to go down and get your trophy? Well, good morning, City Council. How are we doing today? My name's J.T. Harmon. This is Dan Cravens. We both work for the wastewater treatment plant, but we are also on the DPU Golf Committee. This tournament that we had was on Saturday, March 29th at Madera Municipal Golf Course. This was our 11th annual golf tournament, which is open to all the city employees and guests. This year we had 108 people tee it up. And this year we actually raised over $4,000 for the community food bank. Over the past 10 years, this tournament has raised $31,000 for local charities. So we're trying to do our part to help out local charities. Like to a couple of quick thanks to some contributors and some whole sponsors. Corollo Engineers, San Joaquin Chemical, and Jeffrey Scott Advertising. They've really helped us out over the years as far as sponsoring. This year, the team that won it was from the Water Division. I don't know if they're here. It doesn't look like they're here. Anyway, the winning team was from Water, Darren Childers, Rod Barnett, Rick Childers, and Jared Reeves. So we'll make sure that they get the trophy. This was actually a tiebreaker year. Wastewater had won it 2 years. Water had won it 2 years. Solid Waste had won it 2 years, and looks like Water pulled it out ahead of that. So anyway, it was a great event. Want to just especially say thanks to all the participants and all the people that came out. Like to say special thanks to Patrick Weimiller. He made a surprise guest appearance and said hi. Mr. Red, we missed you this year. I know you've played in it many years, and I understand with your new position you probably were pretty busy. So
it was that and the other 2 positions I was holding. So
exactly,
I'll be out next year.
Exactly. But just wanted to say we missed you this year. So hopefully, and you guys are more than welcome to come out and play. Mr. Zhang, that's okay. We understand. But at least you guys thought about it. So thank you very much for that. While I'm up here, I'd just like to say, again, thanks to the Golf Tournament Committee. It takes a lot of work to put one of these things on, but I'd like to thank Dan Cravens, Glenn Holder, Rick Staggs, and Rosa Staggs. A lot of our volunteers, you might recognize some of the names, Ann Cluse, Pat Pierce, Kara Fawcett, my sons, Kyle and Colby Harmon, Ray Arthur, Joe Cisneros, and Conrad Braganza. And with that being said, I'd like to say thank you and actually give the check to Mr. Souza and let him say a few words about Community Food Bank.
Thank you. Well, you know, it can't just be a few words. So we're gonna, but yeah. So we're gonna go with that. But so as I was preparing to come out this morning, I was reminded back in days gone by when. It was the mid-'90s. I had just become the city's controller, and we released the first budget then. And it started out with the city manager's message that said, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times. The great lines from Dickens. And when you think about food banking in the Valley, we're there. We're really facing the best of times and the worst of times. I mean, as an organization, because of donations like this, because of great community support, we've been able to go from, in the last 2 years, from 19 million pounds distributed to we're trending at about 32 million pounds. Because of the generosity of the ag community, we've gone from 3 million pounds of donated produce to about 14 million pounds in that period of time. Because of the success we've had, we've been asked by Feeding America to expand into Kern County and now Tulare County. So we really are becoming a regional food bank. So we really are seeing the best of times. But we're also facing the worst of times. We all know the drought that's out in the west side of Fresno County. It's hitting the east side for the first time. We're seeing, doubling the number of people we're serving already, and it's very early in the summer. We know that even if all the water was available, we're still serving 250,000 people every month. That's 250,000 people every month. So it is the best of times, the worst of times, but it would be neither of those if we didn't have great support like this, all our other community partners. And I will be short, and I'll close with this. I happened to be at another golf tournament on Monday, and a gentleman who was there at the dinner came up to me afterwards, and he just, in tears in his eyes, and he's a big guy, and big guys with tears in your eyes coming towards you, you're never not sure what's going to happen next. But he just shared with me, he said, 3 years ago, I was in your line. And today I get to come play at a golf tournament to give back to you. That, we've got the Greenville Home of Hope coming. I know Lee was out there at the groundbreaking. I know many, and Councilmember Blong as well. We know many will be there. And what we love about that project is a reminder that it's about hope. We get to feed the body, but hopefully we're also building hope back into the souls of those we serve. So more stories like that, gentlemen, we can stand here and tell you in years to come. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. Council members, thank you for the chance to be here today, and we will definitely I don't think this one will fit in the ATM, but I'm sure JT's got one for me that will. So we thank you again for that.
Okay. Gentlemen, again, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, JT.
No. That guy right there, you're in far better hands than you.
All right. Our next presentation is a proclamation of Doug Collins Day from Councilman Olivier. You are relaxed. Perfect.
I'm taking this.
Friday was your last day?
9:01. All right. Who's counting?
Well, Doug, thank you so much for coming, and everyone here knows this gentleman's face. And if you're a radio listener and you don't watch television, then you know this gentleman's voice. Doug Collins is someone who has worked double duty at the #1 television station, the #1 radio station. If you're one of those people that likes to know if it's going to rain or be sunny or whatever the weather is, you've probably for decades got your information from this gentleman right here. Doug is an institution in our community. He's a trusted voice when it comes to what's going on outdoors. And I was once a young reporter and for a time a few years ago, and you were always very kind to me and always never negative in the newsroom and always positive and had great things to say to everyone. And so your countenance on our airwaves will be missed very, very much. And so these kinds of things we recognize at the City of Fresno, and these kinds of life's contributions we acknowledge here at the City of Fresno. And so we wanted to congratulate you because today will be Doug Collins Day in the City of Fresno. Madam Clerk, would you read the proclamation?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Whereas Doug Collins, meteorologist, retired as ABC's morning weather anchor after more than 16 years with the station, and whereas Doug Collins has forecasted weather in the Central Valley on both television and radio for more than 26 years, and whereas Doug Collins is a full member of both the American Meteorological Society and the National Weather Association, and whereas Doug Collins' morning hours have allowed him to spend time to spend with his wife Lori of 22 years and his daughter now in college and his son now in high school. And whereas Doug Collins appeared in his final broadcast with ABC 30 on Friday, May 30th, 2014. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim June 5th, 2014 to be Doug Collins Day in the City of Fresno. We are grateful for the years you have dedicated to serving the Fresno and Central Valley. Thank you.
Gone by so fast. You've heard that so many times before. It's been a real pleasure.
We're not going to let you off the hook here. We're going to give you one of these.
Okay. There you go. It's been a real pleasure to be here. I'm humbled. You know, I was just doing my job for almost 30 years. I came to town as a stranger, was here for 1 year, and it became a home. And it is a home. And I'm thankful for my family. I'm glad to be in Fresno. I'm glad to call Fresno home. And I'm real glad to be retired.
Thank you, Doug.
Well, congratulations, Doug, and thank you, Councilman Olivier. All right, we are on to the approval of council minutes for May 22nd. Madam Clerk, were there any changes to those minutes? Do I have a motion to approve? So moved. Second? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Now we're on to council member reports and comments. Are there any council members that have any reports or comments to make today? Councilman Capriolio.
I just wanted to add officially my congratulations to all my colleagues up here. It's great to have everybody back, and we'll continue our work and keep it going as we have done for a number of years. So congratulations, colleagues.
Councilman Brand.
Next week, I believe it's on Wednesday, June 11th, out at Copper River, there'll be the drawing for the Home of Hope. So I'll be there and encourage anybody else. I remember John was there last time to be there. And if you want to buy a ticket, it's $100. Gives you a chance to win a $300,000 plus home. Well, although if I pull your number, there may be some suspicions. So thank you.
All right. Any other members? Yeah. Councilman Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. City Manager, over the past couple of weeks, I've received a few phone calls from residents in Southeast Fresno, just saying how much they really appreciate the it's almost done, the reconstruction of Peach Avenue, and how much easier it is for them traffic-wise. They were real skeptical at first, especially the ones that live in the immediate area. But it's really been like a godsend to just the flow of traffic is unbelievable, and it with the schools that are around there, the number of apartments we have, and the shopping centers. I mean, everything is just, and the high school, Sunnyside, is it's just been a blessing. And there was some folks that also commented on the Kings Canyon and Minnewah signal lights, and because of the amount of traffic that goes through there, and also the Church and Peach Avenue signal light for Ayer School right there. That's it's also a growing area. But specifically, there was the fellows that I always called whenever we'd get calls from residents during Peach Avenue. They were just really great to work with, and it was Michael Hawley, Pete Caldwell, Craig Hansen, Steve Sons. So I mean, it was just really everybody just loves it. It's really good, and they're really amazed at the amount of the project, because that in terms of the cost and everything. But it's finally finished, and so now they're looking forward to the next half of Peach Avenue between Butler and California.
And we need to also recognize and thank the voters in 2006, because this is a Measure C Tier 1 regional project.
Right.
And the fact that it is a regional project, but it's also important both for the neighborhoods, but also as a goods movement and support of economic development. But if it wasn't for the voters approving Measure C in 2006, the reason we're doing what we're doing is because the voters saw the foresight, or had the foresight, to approve that sales tax.
I remember we had the monies initially, and then California got into a little bit of a problem, and good old Gray Davis took everybody's money throughout the state, and so we lost it at that time. And luckily we were able to bring it back. And then also, Mr. City Manager, I wasn't in the office, but Mr. Chavez told me you'd come by to see him regarding a project that Housing Authority is doing in the area, and I've got some real concerns with that. Number one, they never contacted us to go over the project. It's heavily saturated with low-income apartments, and I'm sure if you even got some of the police reports or code enforcement reports of that immediate area, you would be very surprised. So, like I said, I haven't seen anything of the project, don't know what they're going to do or what they're planning or anything like that. And, I just think it's important that each council member gets informed when projects like that come up. So I would appreciate it if you pass the word along to them.
Oh, we will make sure that there's a meeting on your calendar within the next 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Now we're on to the approval of today's agenda. Madam Clerk, have there been any changes to today's agenda?
I do have a few changes to the agenda, all in the consent calendar. Under item 1A, there are some appointments, and we'd like to remove the approval of Lawrence Garcia to the Planning Commission. So the council will only be approving Patrick Boyd to the Historic Preservation Commission on that item.
And that is item 1A in general?
Yes. Consent.
Okay, thank you.
There's another change under item 1E1. It should read section 15301, parentheses 1, parentheses 3, not section 13.
Section 3. All right.
Under item H, it should read Department of Public Utilities, not Department of Public Works. And finally, under item 1I, it should read the Department of Public Works, not the Department of Public Utilities.
All right, thank you. And if I wanted to pull an item off of consent, do I do it right now in approval of agenda, or, all right, yeah, or wait?
Just right now, you can note that the item's pulled, and then it's pulled unless the council makes a motion to keep it on.
Okay, I'm going to add to today's agenda. I'm going to pull item J. That's a bike lane item, and we're going to have a biking workshop here in about 6 weeks, so I would like to pull that item until after that workshop. Do I have a motion to approve today's agenda? So moved. Do I have a second? Second. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Now we're on to the adoption of today's consent calendar. Are there any members of the public that would like to address any of the items on today's consent calendar? Oh. You have a card up there from me? Todd, are these consent calendar cards? I remove that item. All right. You know what? Oh, Barbara, you know what? Your card's up first anyway, so you're up.
I'm glad to be number one because y'all thought you were going to fool me this time, but I came on down here and you can't fool me no more.
You got it.
You can't be nice to some people. On this consent agenda, it's a lot of things you should read to the public because you guys be approving things that they don't know about. And it's a lot of money being spent. The one I'm most concerned about is this sewage plant that you're going to approve down here. Jensen Avenue, that sewage thing. Why are we going to have all this sewage stuff out here? And they got a nuclear plant they was testing out there, and it's in southwest Fresno. But by you guys' geographics, all those signs over there says southeast. How do we get to be southeast Fresno? But we're southwest when you guys want some money from us. All about bond money. Everything you get from southwest Fresno. How come Clovis is not out here taking care of some of this? All that crap, afterbirth, all the farmers, everything going down in there, we drinking recycled sewage water. It don't make sense. I go out there, I look, smells bad, everything. Got a big old place out there, they put slugs for boo-boo out there, and they got a place where the water go back down to the table to go back into the ocean. That's why we don't have no water. They got all this good water, they're selling water, giving water away. City of Fresno got more water up on the ground around here in these wells than anybody in the world got. We got enough water, we can give Orange Clove water. It don't make sense. We got people up here supposed to be educated. Everybody up here is playing games. They need to have this place totally investigated. Like Bell's, California. Pull up everybody's records like I'm going to put out there and have them do. This don't make sense. Don't anybody get hurt on these issues? is Southwest Fresno, and our sign says east. It's not there. All of our money, all the CBG money, everything we got, we built this thing out there years ago. And what makes it so bad, another country owns this thing. I got the bond books. We don't own that thing. Probably China, somebody named it. You the guy's not supposed to move and do anything out there with employment or anything without consulting them. Even same thing about public works. You guys not doing your job. It's all about a fashion show up here. It's all about what you guys want to see and what you guys want to do, and you just go home and collect your check that we pay you, and then your family is taken care of. But what about the people out here? Well, that 1 minute is good because my light is still green. That's why we can't take care of our own business around here. Because I don't care if it don't be no minutes, because I'm going to talk all day anyway. I come to talk. And that 1 minute, it should be up. We can't take care of our own stuff here, and we take care of everybody else. We need this machine down here fixed so you can put a paper and see what people are talking about. Is my minute up?
All right. Any other members of the public like to address any of the item on today's consent calendar? Yes, please.
Hi. Good morning. I'm Anthony Molina. I'm a retired physician, and I'm here on behalf of the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition to speak in support of the item J, which you will be deferring until the workshop, which is great. I look forward to getting an opportunity to go through this. But I just wanted to thank all of the council members for your kind consideration of this matter. I want to just say that I think that the Millbrook Avenue corridor is a natural corridor for bicycles. I used to live in that area, and you've got schools on there, and I think deserves your consideration. And so I wanted to just also thank the members of the councils that helped us celebrate Bicycle Month last month, and look forward to hopefully inviting some of the other council members who weren't able to attend for next year as well. So anyway, thank you very much. And
thanks, Mr. Molina. Any other members? Yes, please step forward.
Good morning, Acting President Baines and members of the City Council. My name is Stephanie Frederick. I live at 2658 East Alluvial Avenue in Fresno. I speak in support of the Millbrook Avenue Road Diet and Bicycle Lane project as well. The project will encourage bicycling to and from the elementary school that's located at Millbrook and Gettysburg, and it will connect not only to existing bike lanes north and south on Millbrook, but also to existing bike lanes on Gettysburg and Dakota, thereby enhancing a system that is already one of the 5 or 6 best in the state. As I'm sure you're aware, bicycling is undergoing a renaissance in the United States, and I'm part of this renaissance. I'm back on my bicycle, even at my age, and I'm grateful every day to the city of Fresno for contributing to this renaissance with yet another great bicycle facilities project. A final word, the Council of Government staff tells me that bicycle funding goes begging. Now, I know the difficulties involved with going after that funding. You have to incur a lot of upfront costs, and there's little budget for that. And then executing the projects is not a walk in the park either. Still, if we can swing it, we can make Fresno #1 in the state in bicycling systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And both of you that spoke on bicycling, if you'd like to contact my office, I'd love to even meet with you prior to that workshop. That'd be great. Thank you. Any other members of the public like to address any of the items on today's consent calendar? All right. Council members, anybody like to add anything about today's consent calendar? Councilman Olivier.
I wanted to know if anyone is going to pull item J.
Did
somebody already pull item J?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, anything else? Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Our consent calendar is approved. All right, now we are going to move to a 9 o'clock scheduled workshop from the Business Friendly Fresno Task Force, and I believe Jennifer Clark is going to help us with that. Oh. Yeah.
The screen is down.
Okay.
We don't
You've
have
had.
Oh, can they see it up there or no?
Can you see it on your screen?
No. Okay, well, let's get you copies real quick. Can we do that? Okay. Do you have a set, Jennifer? Okay. All right. Well, good morning, Council President, members of the Council, and members of the public. We're very pleased to be here today and to report on our progress with the Business Friendly Fresno initiative. And I think the best way to think of our presentation this morning is just that, as a progress report. We're not here today to declare victory and say we're all done with the work that needs to be completed here at City Hall, but we are here to report substantial progress, to invite your input as well as members of the public, and just reaffirm and recommit ourselves to continuing to move forward. So we've got a great group of people who are prepared to present today, to respond to your comments and questions, so I'm going to keep my comments brief. But I just want to thank the Council for working with the administration and the members of the development community on Business Friendly Fresno. Particularly, thank you to Council President Steve Brandow for taking a keen interest in this process and really being committed to making sure that it works and that we stay with this and get things all the way finished. I'm very grateful for his leadership and commitment. Also want to recognize Councilmember Olivier for his participation on our task force and bringing us some real-world examples from District 7 where things can certainly be improved, and gave us a lot of good feedback. Also want to recognize Councilmember Brand and his early input and emphasis on the development processes in the city of Fresno through the Infield task force. And Business Friendly Fresno is sort of an iteration of much of the work that Lee was recognized needed to be done. So I want to thank Lee for that. And of course, want to also acknowledge our terrific staff, our city manager, assistant city manager, development director, and the people who you'll hear about who served on the technical task force that worked alongside the development community and the private sector members of our task force to really get it right this time. And we knew early on that one of the failures of the past had been sort of having these outside groups that provide their feedback but not connecting it back to the organization, and really starting with input from the staff and finding out from their perspective why things work or why things don't work. So we wanted to go down both paths with this particular effort, and I think you'll hear from our group that, in fact, that's been a real key to success. Last and certainly not least, I want to recognize and thank Pete Weber for stepping in and dedicating time. We're never sure how he does all that he does, although there is a theory in town that there are actually twins. There's Pete and there's Pedro, and you never really know which one's showing up. But we got his full-time attention on Business Friendly Fresno since last October, as did many other things in our city and in our state. So we're just very grateful that he was able to carve time out and focus on this for the city of Fresno and for our businesses and our residents. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Pete and ask him to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, Council President, Council members. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation to the Mayor on behalf of all of us who serve on the Business Friendly Fresno Task Force for giving us this opportunity to address an issue that has troubled the city of Fresno for, I'm afraid, a very, very, very long time. Jennifer Clark is actually going to walk you through the recommendations that we produced. But I thought it was important that you understand not only what recommendations we produced, but how we arrived at them. So I'm going to spend some time on that. And I should begin by telling you that when Mayor Swearingen first asked me to lead the task force last summer, I told her I had some serious reservations about it. And wanted some time to think about it. And it wasn't just commitments to other things. I was aware from personal experience how bad the situation was at the city of Fresno. In fact, I think I've told a couple of you that back in 1978, when I was managing a division of FMC Corporation in Florida, my boss at the time, who worked out of the corporate headquarters in Chicago, came to Fresno to set up a manufacturing facility for food processing equipment. And he was so put off by the treatment he received in Fresno that he went to a city he had never heard of, Madera, and set up the facility there. And that facility is still there, employing people and generating taxes that help deliver services to the residents of Madera. I was aware that not much had changed in those 35 years, that the city of Fresno was still perceived as not being particularly business-friendly, that multiple unsuccessful attempts had been made to change that. I was also aware of the fact that the Great Recession had caused the staff involved in permitting and construction management to be cut to the bone, and that the city was not particularly well positioned to address an upturn in economic activity. But having thought of all of that, and also having considered what would be required, I knew that the city was going to need a new approach to permitting, in particular, a new permitting strategy, if you will. But I also was aware of the fact that culture change was going to be required, and culture change is very difficult in large organizations. I just finished reading Robert Gates' book, Duty, and boy, as he had trouble trying to change the culture in the Pentagon. It's difficult, and it almost never happens unless there is ownership for that culture change inside the organization. I think it was Peter Drucker who once said, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast." So when I went back to the mayor, I asked for a couple of things. I said that in addition to the external task force, I wanted to put together an internal task force comprised of the people who are involved in managing the permitting and construction management process. And that's not just DARM. That's the fire department, and it's public works, and it's everybody, including the city manager. And so I wanted that internal task force. The second thing is I wanted to wait until the new DARM director was in place, because long after the task force is gone, she is the one that is going to be responsible for managing and sustaining the culture change process and implementing the recommendations. So with that, we started in September when Jennifer was in place, and we started with just the internal team. I began by asking them to identify the issues as they saw them and what the obstacles were in the way of Fresno becoming one of the business-friendliest cities in the country. We also discussed what it means from a city staff perspective, for the city of Fresno to be business-friendly. And we concluded that for staff to be business-friendly meant courteous, friendly, timely, cost-effective, and perhaps most important, predictable service. We also agreed that it meant trying to get to yes within the without compromising standards that are set by this city council. And I want to just pause there to elaborate a little bit on that constraint, because it's important. Because business-friendly doesn't mean that customers get to do whatever they wish in the city of Fresno. You presumably put in place standards not only to comply with state and federal law and to protect the city, but also to ensure that the public safety is protected and that projects are not permitted and built that would devalue the investments made by neighboring property owners. It also does not mean transferring liabilities from private sector investors to city taxpayers without thoughtful deliberation by the city council. Now, the city council can at any time decide to accept liability transfers, to change standards, but that should be the result of a transparent and thoughtful process of deliberation. And that's a role that only the city council can play. I would just urge you to do that in a timely way, so that we don't compromise the objectives of timeliness and deliberation. My suggestion, and it's only a suggestion, is that when consideration is going to be given to changing city standards or to accept liability transfers to city taxpayers, that it be done in workshops that are specially scheduled for that purpose, so that indeed thoughtful and timely deliberation can take place. There's one more important qualifier that I want to throw in here, and that is that business friendly does not mean doing remedial architectural and engineering work for the city's customers. That's not a slam on the architects and engineers that service the needs of the city's customers, most of whom do very, very good work. It's simply a recognition that allocation of time to correct incomplete or badly flawed applications, from a few, can result in delays to everyone else's good applications. And I'm choosing my words carefully here when I say good applications. I don't mean perfect applications. And I think one of the most difficult decisions that the frontline staff have to make is on that question of when is an application good enough. We can't be looking for perfection. And it all begins with having people at the front line who have the judgment, the experience, and the predisposition to trying to get to yes within the constraints that I've just articulated. That's going to take a little experimentation. That experimentation is taking place now, and I appreciate the patience that our customer community has shown as the city staff tries to get to the right answer on that question. I've jumped ahead of the story. Let me go back. We started in September with the internal task force. Then in October, we met with the external task force, the BFF task force. And that was a private meeting, the first meeting in which the external stakeholders were able to share with us what their concerns and issues were and so on. And you'll be interested to know that the issues identified by the task force were almost identical to those that were identified by the internal task force. They both knew. And our process from there was for the internal action team to propose solutions to the issues we had jointly identified and then take them to the external task force for vetting and improvement. I wanted this set of recommendations to be essentially drafted by the internal team and then vetted and improved by the external team rather than the other way around, which is the way that it happened in the past. So after that first meeting in October, every other meeting of the task force, including the action team members, and in fact, I'm going to pause here for just a second and ask everybody that was who is here today, that was on the external task force, and also the members of the internal task force to please stand. Internal and external, both. So that, and by the way, Council President Brandow and Council Member Olivier were also members of the task force. And if you were, thank you very much. If you were to take a wild guess, you'd guess that these are pretty lively discussions. There aren't a lot of wilting lilies in this group of people, and they were indeed very, very constructive and active conversations. And I think we walked out of every single one of those meetings with better recommendations than the ones that we went in with. So let me also pause and ask us to give a round of applause to all of the members of the task force who participated. Thank you. You'll see in the report that was prepared by the task force that we identify systems and organizational issues as well as culture change issues. In fact, they're all interconnected, and I'm just going to give you a few examples. In the absence of well-aligned land use and infrastructure plans and an outdated development code, permitting had become extraordinarily complex and ad hoc. Absent system alignment and clear decision-making protocols, everyone was theoretically able to make decisions provided they were prepared to have their decisions reversed at a higher level, which is a great formula for decision avoidance. And that's what was going on. The city software for planning and permitting is inadequate for a city aspiring to be one of the business-friendliest cities in the nation. Those are just a few of the many, many interconnected issues. In the end, the action team came up with 10 recommendations. One of them we brought to you in December of last year, and I want to express my appreciation for your unanimous support of that recommendation, which has been implemented. 8 other recommendations are already being implemented, and Jennifer will give you a progress report on them. The 10th recommendation is coming to you as part of the budget process, and it involves the city's technology, the city's software. The city, if it's going to be one of the business-friendliest cities in the nation, needs a geo-based system. But technology changes like that need to be looked at in the context of how they're going to work with all of the software systems in the city. And so that's just going to take a little time. Furthermore, implementation is also going to take time, and it's going to be expensive. Between now and then, there are some improvements that can be made to the current software the city uses that are cost-effective improvements. So, you'll see payback from those improvements within the next 2 to 3 years as we're transitioning to a geo-based system. And Jennifer may elaborate on that. Let me just conclude by saying that I'm very optimistic that this time we've got it right. This time we are going to get to the goal that the mayor set for us for several reasons. First is that the city staff developed this plan. They own it. They are eager to implement it. They want to measure the results and use those measurements to see continuous improvement. Second, I have been very impressed with the quality of the city staff that has participated in this process, and just about everybody, who has some kind of a role in permitting and construction management has participated. And I'm confident that they are up to the challenge, and I think you have an excellent DARM director in Jennifer Clark to lead the effort. And third, I know the mayor's not going to let this go, even when she becomes the state controller. I'm certain you all are not going to let it go because you know the importance of attracting investment to the city of Fresno. And the task force is not going to let it go. Mayor Swearingen had asked us to serve until we delivered our recommendations last March. We asked if we could remain in place for another year because we wanted to stay around, make sure that the recommendations were implemented, monitor progress, make adjustments as we develop more experience with how things are working, and the mayor has accepted our offer. We have been very gratified by the early responses that we have received. Most of them have been very positive. Some of them have not been so positive, but have been very constructive. I just walked in with Bill Robinson. He just had a 2-hour meeting with Jennifer last Friday, in which he shared with us some of his concerns and so on. Very, very useful feedback. And we very much appreciate it. And so we are going to listen. We are going to adapt. We're going to get better. I want to let everybody know that we are just barely into the change process. It's going to take some while. We appreciate your patience and the patience of our customers. We are as impatient as anybody else, and I know the city staff, to get it right and to get it right sooner rather than later. And so let me just tell you that I feel great confidence that the best is yet to come. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer, who will review the recommendations with you. Thank you.
Good morning. This morning I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have done to implement the initial report that the task force brought to you in December, and to talk a little bit about the upcoming implementation tasks that we have in front of us. And then we have some of the task force who would like to talk a little bit about their experiences and what they hope to see from this process as well. First, though, I'd like to thank the council for their support of our implementation process and our progress. One of the things that we asked for was your support in helping us implement the changes, and you have been incredibly supportive to us in helping us make the change in culture and in process. So one of the things that we asked for was additional people so that we could expand our counter, so that we could have weekly meetings, that we could meet with developers, that we could review applications and really focus on it rather than dividing our time among types of activities within our daily work. So we have expanded the planning counter to operate completely through the day, including during the lunch hour, which has been really beneficial. There are a lot of small businesses that can only come during the lunch hour, and so it really assists them as well. We asked to add additional positions. They have all been advertised. Some of them have already been filled. We're starting to train and to build upon those knowledge bases of the existing staff. So as Pete mentioned, the bench was very, very thin. We did not have very many people to put in to actually review projects, and they were doing multiple things. So as we add new players to our team, they're having to train, they're having to learn. So we still have some time to get up to speed to really be able to process applications in a timely manner. But that was one of the items that you approved last December that we have begun to implement. Another is the Development Review Committee. So this is a concept that's used not just here in Fresno, it's used in Clovis, it's used across the country. The intent of the Development Review Committee is to have decision makers in the room who can look at concept plans, who can look at actual development applications and say, gee, is this ready to go? Does it meet all of our checklist criteria? Is it complete? And this is where Pete talked about what's the difference between complete and perfection. And we're still trying to balance that to ensure that we can review and accept applications that are easy for us to approve and get through the system quickly. So we began that process in January of 2014. We'll talk a little bit about how much progress we've made there. But the types of personnel internally that are at those meetings include not only the planner who's assigned to the project, but also representatives from Public Works, including traffic, from sanitation, from fire, from public utilities, and flood control has started to attend as well because they see the benefit to review those projects up front so that they can get in their recommendations right then. We also invite some of our additional external partners, and they choose which meetings that they attend, whether it's the Air District or Caltrans, depending on the type of project and whether or not there is an impact. So really there are two purposes. One is to say, gee, can we accept this application right now? And in some cases, can we even approve it right now? We have approvers in the room. If it's complete and it meets all the standards, let's just get it approved and get it out the door so that this business can start working. Additionally, it is an opportunity for us to give feedback to an applicant. The application isn't quite complete. Here are the things that we need, and here are some other items that I have identified that could potentially be a problem. That's why it's great to have our external partners like flood control in the room. They may see something on a plan and say, ooh, that's a challenging site, or we have issues at that site that will come up when we actually do our review. We need to be able to provide timely, consistent, reliable information to our applicants. Otherwise, they can't make good business decisions. So this presentation included the initial first 3 months at DRC. I'll let you know that that was through March. Through the end of May, we have actually had 38 total meetings of the Development Review Committee, reviewed 93 new projects, including 25 industrial projects, and 19 have been processed through an expedited review. We're still not quite at the targets that we'd like to be at, but we're improving, and as we have more capacity on staff, we'll be able to process more quickly. So again, what are the near-term goals? What are the things that we're trying to accomplish? One is to ensure that our development code is reasonable, is rational, it preserves value, it protects our neighborhoods, and it protects the city's risk long term. So we've heard from a variety of development and industry partners that we have significant and positive change, but there are certain elements of the code, of the general plan, that really need to be updated, and we're making sure that those are included so that we can get to really great projects and really great review. Obviously, we have plan, check, target approval timelines. We are attempting to meet those. We have great demand for specialized expertise in job creation and industrial projects, and that's one of the items that's come up as a really good critical feedback, is that we need someone who can specialize in industrial projects. They're complex, they have different needs, internal circulation needs that don't impact the external environment, that we really need to be cognizant of, and we need to do a better job of addressing. And so over the next 6 months, we will be training staff to really look at industrial projects through that lens. We were also advised that historic preservation concerns are a big deal. How do we know if we're going to be able to renovate or demolish or add on to a property? So we've committed to start compiling a database not only of local, state, and federally designated properties, but properties that could potentially be eligible. Either they're over 50 years old or they have some other historic element that would make them eligible for the register. And that way we can notify property owners ahead of time. They have a way to look it up. And measuring performance and coming back to you and to the task force on a regular basis, here's how we're doing, here's what we need to do to get better, and getting feedback on our progress. As I said, we've made significant progress toward improving customer service, but we still have a ways to go, and we're always responding to feedback to improve the process and the outcomes. And we are looking at additional digital submission opportunities. We're working closely with our Information Services Department to improve the way applicants submit their applications. Can we get submissions instead of giant rolled up plans that come in on a trolley? Can we do it digitally on our system? And so we're looking at ways to improve that. We're also continuously training staff and having meetings to ensure that we're meeting that goal. How does this decision-making process add value to our community, add value to that property owner, add value to the city as a whole? So we are continuing to enhance and improve our customer service opportunities. So as Pete said, long-term, we have some technology requests that we'll be making through the budget process. First is just really an assessment of where we are. How do our systems currently talk to each other? And how can we improve and have a global system that works with the development community, with the business community, and with our city departments to ensure that we can review projects and can process projects and can then store information for future users that has the data that we need. So long term, we're going to be evaluating our current system. We're going to be looking at how do we provide a public portal for people to look up projects, to respond to projects. We talked a little bit in the task force about delivery systems that are currently available right now. FedEx, Pizza Hut, they all notify you if you want to be notified. Did your project get shipped? Did your package get to the post office? When is it going to be delivered at your home? Oh, it's sitting on your doorstep. Those kinds of technology are out there. Those are the kinds of things that we'd like to get to, whether it's a package or a pizza. We'd like to know if it's been delivered and when it's ready for the customer to pick up and what those comments are. So those are some of the ways that we'd like to assist the development community. And I'd like to take this opportunity to ask our partners on the task force who've had a little bit of experience to kind of talk about their feedback on the process, what they've learned, what they how they have accessed and utilized the system. And I believe Mr. Brailsford is first up. Thank you.
Good morning, John Brailsford, Diversified Development Group. Basically, I build mostly concrete tilt-up, large speculative type buildings that are involved in bringing tenants into the city of Fresno to create jobs for the city. First of all, conceptually, this is extremely important because we have to be on an even playing field with every other city in California and around western United States. We have to be extremely friendly to have these people, these tenants come in and even look at us so that we can get into the game and playing. What I've been involved in the committee for the 9 months and been able to provide the developer private sector input in. It's been extremely well done, well run by Pete Weber and Jennifer. Really need to support this, and I've had 2 experiences actually since this has been done, and it has gone through in 3 days versus what would usually have been 2.5 months. So another thing to really remember on this is that not only bringing new tenants in town, you also have the existing people that are here in town that they're trying to struggle to bring new jobs in, expand their companies, bring new technology in. That's just as crucial as bringing in new tenants. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
I have a question.
Do you want us to do questions individually or
If you have specific questions for Mr. Brailsford, we can do that, or we can have the other speakers. Mr. Ashton is next.
what is your preference? It's your workshop.
Wait till the...
I have a conference call with the tenant at 10, so if you have any of me, that'd be great.
John, I did have a question. In your vast experience, have you found a business model that we could fashion our process after? And if so,
yes, there's a couple of cities that do it extremely well. One is Reno, and actually the other one is in Visalia. This procedure that we have gone through, though, will be equally competitive with those two cities. So that it just needs to be extremely user friendly because we're getting skipped over by the Amazons and American Tire's under construction today on a 1 million square footer in Shafter. So it's we have to get in the game so that we are competitive and can bring these large tenants and large employers into Fresno.
maybe you've been appointed our ambassador to Reno and Visalia to figure it out for us and bring back the positive things that we can incorporate in our system?
Yeah, I've seen both of them work extremely well, and I think we've designed most all of that into this system. So I think we'll get there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer, for Jennifer.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the good presentation, and also appreciate all the input that everybody had into it and through the process. Jennifer, in seeing this, one of the things that is probably as a side note or anything, and I've mentioned it, I believe at the last council meeting, where we do have some concerns from folks that are either wanting to update their commercial or warehouse or whatever, their properties, and I'd like to see them come forward, and that is like we've got the issue with with the digital signs, that type of thing. I mean, you're going to have big buildings, and as the Amazons that were mentioned earlier come into town and everything, they're going to want to advertise and let folks know where they're at. And I'm seeing, like in other cities, those digital signs that are coming forward, and so you get a hiccup in the process where a business says, well, gee, I want to update my building, or I want to build a new building, but what do you mean I can't put up a sign? It's just the way of the future, and especially you got 168, 41, 99, and I'd like to see that as part of this process to get it done to make it easier as the applicant comes through, that they're saying, okay, everything's been approved, now I got this one thing, and I'm being held up.
Right, absolutely. The code does not reflect current realities of the market, and that includes the sign code. And that is a very large issue that we will be addressing as we look toward adopting the new development code. Signage is a critical piece in getting that right, and getting it right for Fresno, not necessarily being a San Francisco model or a Las Vegas model, but something that meets the needs of Fresno. So absolutely, signage is definitely one of those issues.
In fact, if I could, Councilmember Quintero, we'll be coming back within the next 90 days, and we're going to be doing a sign ordinance workshop. We've been working with the city attorney, and it's going to be dealing with a number of issues, not only just digital signs, but some of the other signage issues that we have in the neighborhood, especially around convenience stores. But digital signs are one of those things we've been working with Doug, and there's some market forces that we want to share with you before we just jump into a program. And so we'll commit to that in the next 90 days. It's not necessarily part of this effort. This effort focused on getting plans and projects into the pipeline as quickly as possible. And so I'm looking forward to that workshop in the next 90 days.
All I'm saying is that, we're moving forward, and that's great, but, you don't want to leave those little parts behind that are gonna, make a company feel just a little thing to them anyway, and then I can't get this done. Other cities it's easier, that type of thing. So, okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's let the other members of the task force speak, and then I'd be happy to take as many questions as you have. Thank you.
Morning, council members. Brooke Ashton, president of the Ashton Companies. I have if I could get, could you? That would help. What I'm presenting to you is a conceptual of the project which we put through the city of Fresno. The ground was broken on this project last week. I'll let you get copies of that. What you're looking at is a 110-bed assisted living center facility. It will have 25 beds for memory care. The remaining will be assisted living for our seniors. This project went through the city of Fresno. Fresno Mayor, Fresno. I have business interests in Clovis as well, but this project went through the city of Fresno. The initial review took 45 days, which is outstanding. The second review went through for our plan check in 21 days. This is a $17 million project. We paid $300,000 in permits on this project. This is a big deal. This is a big deal for Fresno. This is going to employ 80 people at the corner of Ashland and Blythe, part of a C6 shopping center. To be part of the task force was great because it was able to put some of our ideas first and foremost with the city, and as Pete Weber said, to hopefully, like the mayor has pushed, hopefully change some of the culture to get things through. And the Development Review Committee, which I've been a part of on some other projects since this project, has been outstanding. They're responsive. They're welcoming. I will say that there's a couple of things that I think that are extremely important that the task force uncovered, if you will. first and foremost to Ms. Clark, it was Domino's and not Pizza Hut. So if you go to Domino's, which I happened to do yesterday for some of my staff in my office, you can order the pizza online, and then you watch, and it tells you on the bar, it says, order taken, bread's getting rolled, pepperoni's getting put on, it's in the oven, and then and you're watching this bar as it goes by. And I equate that, and I'm going to tell you just two anecdotes with that. The second one is, if any of you have had kids and you're traveling, they say, Dad, are we there yet? And you say, well, son, it's 2 more movies, we're going to be there, right? So in the development committee, in the development community, it's extremely important to know the process of where you're at, because the anticipation is what kills you, not necessarily the actual timeline, but you're sitting back and you're going, where is this thing at? Is it in development? Is it in fire? Is it in public works? Does the police department, where is it? And so I think part of the real solution, along with having a concierge which meets a developer when he first, or any business person that comes through, or any constituent that you might have, when they come through for a permit, that they can direct them, is extremely important. And this business-friendly Fresno has addressed that issue, that we need a concierge up front. Most importantly, the software that the city is proposing to accelerate, or in other words, accommodate the people that are coming through. We just need to know, are we there yet? Are we close? Where's the pizza in the process? I think it would solve a lot of problems. I think you'd have less phone calls from some of your constituents. I can tell you that I have another project going through the city, which is extremely a small one, part of an Infield project, and I haven't been monitoring, I haven't said anything, and it's going fast as well. So I can tell you that the culture is changing. Hopefully our strategy is to make it the most business-friendly place, not necessarily in California, but maybe in the nation. Any questions for me? Thank you.
And lastly is Ms. Eager from the EDC.
Good morning, Council. I'm Leanne Eager, President and CEO of the Economic Development Corporation, and I think I've talked to you before about the importance of Fresno being a business-friendly place. And I want to compliment, this is probably a compliment for Bruce, but the staff that you have here. Specifically, Jennifer, she gets it. She knows what needs to happen to make the city a better place to do business. I also want to say I went to a DRC committee meeting not too long ago, and everybody was there at the table that needed to be there. And the client was asked questions, and you can tell that they really looked into his company before he got there. They knew exactly what to ask. They made sure that the right people were there. And there was only one question that didn't get answered at the table there. And so we all left. And 24 hours later, Arnaldo called, and he had the answer to that question. And so the client came to us afterwards and said, this is completely different than the way this used to happen in the city of Fresno. What they're doing for us now is what we have to have. And I know you know the importance of when I'm out talking to companies around the country and around the world, and I mention Fresno, and I say, this is the place you really need to bring your business. And they say, okay, tell me something new. Tell me what you're doing there, because I've looked at Fresno before and I didn't land there. So we're obviously working on the workforce issue with all of our partners. The other piece is this piece. I think I told President Brando I'm going to San Diego in a couple weeks to the International Biotech Convention. And I'll be at the California booth, Team California. So people come from all over the world, and they come to that California booth, and I'm competing against other cities around California. And I have to have something that says, here's why you want to come to Fresno. Here's what we're doing differently in Fresno than those other folks that are at the booth with me. And this is one of those things that I can do. This is that hook that I can bring them here. And as Mr. Brailsford said, it's also really important for our companies that are already here that are looking at expanding. They want that continuity. They want to be able to say, okay, I'm looking down that list. It's going to take 30 days for this, 45 days for this. Okay, I can plan for that. And that isn't something that has happened before in the past. But they're all really appreciative of this task force, of this council, and I think we're going in the right direction. Thank you.
So with that, we would welcome any questions. I'd be happy to answer any concerns or questions that you have. We consider this a work in progress. This is continuous improvement. We will never be satisfied with status quo. We always want to be better and the best. So we welcome critical feedback, and we will attempt to implement the best practices that we can in the process. So.
Thanks, Jennifer. All right, I just want to remind the audience that workshops are really for council members, so we don't take public comment during workshops. It's just a chance for us to learn, and these issues always come before us, and you'll have a chance to comment as the individual projects come for us. That'd be great. Councilman? What? You're up right now. Councilman Baines.
Thanks. That was a really good presentation. Just a couple of observations and a few comments I want to make. First off, I want to say great job. I think that this work is extremely important. Since I've been on the council, and even before, you always hear that Fresno isn't a business-friendly place. So you hear it out throughout the city. You hear it inside the building. So it's a great exercise to take the theory of not being a business-friendly place and converting that and actually trying to become a business-friendly place through action. So I can appreciate this, certainly. And I have a greater appreciation for this work, too, because I was also on the Infield task force, and we did a lot of work around how to actually execute what some of the theories of development are. So I definitely want to commend the task force. It's a lot of hard work. Greatly appreciate all of the effort that you all put in. A couple questions I had. So I saw on one of the slides was the one where you talked about the changes in implementation slide. It was on page 10, and you mentioned that there were 19 projects in expedited review. Mm-hmm. You have at the end of the slide that there are 8 projects that went through a fast track process. So my first question is, what's the difference between the 19 expedited reviews and the 8 fast tracks?
2 months. So the slide reflects the first 3 months, and the 19 reflects the first 5 months. So the slide is through March. So where we have detailed data, we're still working on our data and our evaluation of the data through May. Okay. But that is the evaluation at this point, that 8 in the first 3 months, 19 in the first 5.
So fast tracked and expedited, same thing?
Right. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that the terms were different. I want to make sure there wasn't something qualitative in the difference in the terms.
Right.
Okay. So that's good. So we were able to basically fast track 19 out of the 61 that were reviewed.
19 out of, through the first 5 months, there were 93 new projects. Uh-huh. So 19 out of 93 were able to be expedited.
So talk to me a little bit about the ones that can be expedited and the ones that can't be. What are some of the qualitative differences between those two?
Right. So in December, we talked a little bit about levels of projects, and we talked through that with the task force. Level ones were really counter-level review, things that we could do very quickly, that were by right uses, that did not require a site plan review, did not require rezoning or general plan amendments, that were very quick, that didn't have variances or any kind of alterations to the code to make them occur.
So kind of low-hanging fruit.
The low-hanging fruit, right. So we had a fairly limited number of projects that we were able to do until we started our expanded counter. So from 8 to 10, Monday through Thursday, we have representatives from Public Utilities, Public Works, and Planning at the counter. So we're able to actually expedite some of those projects that otherwise would have been routed to those departments, that they can look at them, say, yep, we can move that along, can stamp them, and they can go directly to
So
building.
some of the, and I'm sorry to cut you off, I may ask questions intermittently. Some of those in the 19 were those as well. So some
Correct.
was just really low hanging fruit. Some
Correct.
were ones you were able to catch through expanded counter.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And then level 2s are ones that require additional circulation internally and potentially a little bit of external circulation to flood control, Caltrans, Air District, to our local partners, sometimes the health district if it's a restaurant, food production industry. So we are, through Development Review Committee, attempting to assess which ones of those can we process quickly as well. We're still kind of learning that process. How can we process those? And then our intent is, and our promise was, that we would complete those reviews, those level 2 reviews, within 30 days. So those are minor amendments to conditional use permits. Those are minor amendments to site plans. Those are fairly routine projects that we hope to be able to process within 30 days of going to DRC and having been qualified as complete. The larger projects that take a little more time, we have committed to certain timelines of responsiveness. So how soon will we respond to you on whether or not the project is complete, what we need to complete it, and then what maybe some of the major challenges are. Potentially or eventually what we hope to do is to be able to say within 30 days of coming to DRC, here's your schedule. Here's what you need to produce for us, and here's when you'll go to Planning Commission, when you'll go to City Council for those higher level reviews, those level 3 and level 4 more complex
So is that the type of feedback that I think Mr. Ashbrook was talking about, where he was able to track the project? You can kind of see where is that what you mean when he was able to see where he's at?
There's actually 2 parts to that. One is initial communication, so that we can let you know right away. And then ultimately with software, we would be able to tell you if you want to know that. You wouldn't necessarily have to know that if you didn't want to know that. But you would know where your project was through the process. So that's a long-term goal. Short-term goal, within the next 6 months, we want to be able to tell applicants within 30 days of going to DRC, here's when you're going to go to Planning Commission, here's when you're going to go to Council, and here's what we're going to need to process and complete your application.
Now is that going to be for all applicants, or just the ones we fast track?
That's actually going to be for the ones that are more complex. The ones that are fast tracked and expedited will not need that extra review.
So the 5 month out of the 5 months, you said we reviewed 93
new projects,
and we were able to fast track 19. So we talked a little bit about the 19, and you've kind of touched on the 93, but the remaining projects, I didn't do the math, but it's roughly 20%. 20% of the ones, it seems like we're able to, a little over 20% seem able to fast track. The remaining 70 some odd percent. What is kind of our plan to deal with that? Are they going through our normal delay? I'm just going to use the word delayed process right now.
No, actually, we're working with them through our departments. So what we have promised is that feedback will occur within 30 days of Development Review Committee. So we've been providing feedback to the majority of those to say, yes, it's complete, or no, here are the items that you need to be complete to move on. So these are the ones that would be considered a level 1 review or a level 2 review that we can expedite, and then we can move quickly through the process.
So right now, okay. So it sounds like we kind of have a triage system of all the projects, and obviously the highest levels being able to be fast tracked, and we triage them from there.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. And listen, I want to be clear to say that I totally understand that this is a work in progress. I'm just trying to get a conceptual understanding of kind of what's happening as opposed to what did before, and that sounds like that could be moving in the right direction. So in the fast track process, how much faster is a particular project maybe than our normal time? I mean, how much faster are we talking? Are we talking half the time? Are we talking 80% of the time? I mean, what are we talking?
It really depends on the project, but most of these projects would have taken 30, 60, 90 days to process, and we're able to process them either over the counter or within 10 days. So it's a dramatic improvement over where we were. The new development code will have even better improvement because we'll be able to have zone clearance for specific types of projects instead of site plan review. So it will, again, shorten that time period that is required for review.
Okay, so when you say when you say in 10 days, you mean 10 days from the time someone puts in an application until
when it's complete, accepted as complete, and we can hand them a stamped set and say this is complete and you're ready to go to grading or building permit.
Okay. Pete, did you have something to add?
Yeah, council member, let me just elaborate because I think the use of some of the terms fast track and expedited may be a little confusing. In fact, relative to history, his historical standards, everything is now being fast tracked and expedited. Let me explain. You heard John Belsford talk about a project that was approved in 2.5 days that normally would have taken 2.5 months. That's part of what Jennifer was referring to when she said fast-tracked, is those projects that we get right on them. There's no reason to route them and so on. We get it done right now. Some of them actually get approved same day, over the counter, right now, because we've got that 8 to 10 count here where everybody who needs to be there is there, and so they get approved right then. Others can take maybe up to 10 days, but that's kind of what the terminology that was used here, fast track and permitting, applies to those.
Yeah. And as I understand it, Pete, it sounds like, and I think I may understand it now, some of the questions is there's an entire triage system for all projects.
It is a triage for all processes,
so that
with the expectation that relative to history, everything is going to be improved.
Sure.
So the next sort of major milestone is the 30-day milestone. Within 30 days, you can. By the way, there's one other thing that we haven't mentioned, and that is that every applicant will receive a response on the completeness of their application within 2 weeks. Historically, projects would sit in the queue sometimes for 2 months, 3 months, and then applicants would be told, your application is incomplete. Waste of time. So everybody will know.
We're figuring that out a lot faster. What more documents? Or what more
what else
information
do you
they
need? Okay. So the idea, council member, is that we are right now, as you suggested, roughly 20%. Get approved in that 0 to 10 days, 1 to 10 days period. Our objective is to try to increase that as we, do things with the development code that, that's supposed to be complete in the fall. That will give more by rights, agreements and so on. So I don't want to give you a real specific number, but think of it in terms of, we are hoping that projects will be able to approve more than 20% of the projects in that 0 to 10 days. We're hoping that the majority of the overwhelming majority of the rest can be approved within 30 days. Certainly, there's a specific commitment with regards to industrial and job-creating projects that we want to try to approve those, and we've stipulated that within 30 days. There are some which, by their nature, very, very large developments and so on, are going to go beyond that period of time. But even for those there, the promise is very good, timely information so that people know where the project is.
Yeah, thank you for that, Pete. I think I was pretty much getting the picture that we're triaging them, and which is good to me because it means that every project's being looked at a little bit differently, and it sounds like you guys have put targets on all of them. On what you're trying to do, so thank you for that clarification.
Well, and Pete, maybe if I could add the other, as Jennifer had pointed out, this is we're not done with this. This process will continue to evolve, and part of this is adopting specific performance, internal and external performance measures. So we will be able to, and we'll provide you on let's say quarterly basis, how well we are proceeding and hitting our goals, and then looking at additional opportunities to improve upon that. So this will be a continual evolution. Things like, which will be new, satisfaction surveys. We're going to hire a public relations firm to go out and survey customers who have come in as to how responsive we've been, or where are there areas where we can improve, and then external comparisons to some of these other cities, such as Councilmember Capriolio. It's not just to get as good as Visalia, it's have everyone in Visalia now be, you got to get as good as Fresno. We are looking to constantly raise that bar on an ongoing basis. So, as they said, as Pete and Jennifer said, this is just a point in time update, and we are continuing to work on identifying other areas.
Yeah, no, I totally. I hope I was clear in saying I totally understand that this is an evolving process, and right now my questions are more about understanding the concept of how we get in there. So,
yep.
So yeah, no, I'm getting it. A couple more questions I want to ask. How during this process, especially when you're talking about fast tracking or even the new triage system, where does the council member feedback fit into that entire system? I mean, how are we contemplating the council member offices and that feedback?
In two ways. So one, right now, you have district advisory committees that look at rezoning applications, general plan amendment applications, ones that are more complex in nature, these level 3s and 4s, not the by right uses. So right now, the projects that come in, it's zoned for a single-family house. They're going to build a single-family house. It just needs it needs to go through the process and be moved as quickly as possible. When it's a rezoning, when it's a change in use, when it's a larger, more complex project, that obviously goes to the district committees before it goes to the Planning Commission for a recommendation. The other piece that technology, I think, will really help us with that I think will inform you of applications, whether they're by right or more complex projects, would be a monthly report of all the applications that came in through the counter by district. What came in, what was approved, what's in process, what kind of application. A very simple report that you could see, because your constituents will call you. What's being built over on this corner?
Yeah, absolutely. How long before something like that would be in place? How long before that would be in place?
I would say we can probably get there within a year. I would like to do it more quickly, but I don't want to promise something that we can't deliver on.
And then the second part of that is kind of a similar question. The public review of the fast track processes, are we circumventing any of that process with public review?
So the purpose of the general plan and the development code are to identify land uses and the requirements that you would have to abide by when you built upon that land use. That's a very public process. We want that feedback. We want to ensure that globally that we have the right rules for the right places. And so when projects meet those rules, they can be built, and it's a by right use that is held by that landowner. So the public input on what is the right kind of use and where is really important as it relates to the development code and land use plans for the community. When you want to change the code or you want to change the land uses, then that needs to go back to the public for review to ensure that they do have another opportunity to comment on that.
Okay, thanks. And those are really my. You can take a seat, Jennifer. Those are really my comments. I'll make a couple editorials really quick. And I'll start with the last one. We just always going to want to be mindful that we don't circumvent the public process in any way and be real sensitive to that. So I have a feeling that we'll be kind of wrestling with how that looks over the next few years, and that's okay because it's a work in progress. But and the same thing with the council offices is making sure that even though we're doing things faster, that we don't miss that very integral piece because we have the ability to clock things up here, and obviously that's not the intent of the entire system. So, making sure the council offices and the public is still involved. And just, I would encourage also, one of the problems with, attracting business to Fresno is not necessarily Fresno, it's the state. So some of our, we're going to want to make sure that we're supporting, locally, legislation that makes it, makes our state more business friendly. I spent a lot of time in the last few months with a lot of key investors in our community, and listening to their frustration about our state regulations, which is really what we're bound to, is frustrating for them. And they're being heavily courted by other states. Now, it's not a lot Fresno can do about that, but we certainly can put pressure on our state legislators to make sure that we're supporting legislation that's key to making our state more business friendly. So again, editorial, nothing that we can do here in policy. And then finally, Pete said that the culture eats strategy for lunch, and I can certainly agree with that. So hopefully, culture change is a big, long thing. It's like changing the Titanic, but mildly encouraged that we're moving in the right direction. So I hope we have a strategy for dealing with our culture change. All right.
Councilman Brand.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody involved in the process, Mr. Weber, our planning director, all the staff, and our other people, including our partners and city council members. This is certainly a step in the right direction, and I can recall just about every mayor in the last 25 years has came forward with I'm going to streamline the permitting plan check process, all with good intentions, but none, at least as of yet, never successful. And I did talk to a few people in the business on the report and asked for their comments, and I did get some mixed comments, and most people felt it's too early to really evaluate where things are going to be at. But one of the issues on the pre-application meeting, which I think is really important, to give a developer an opportunity to see what the roadblocks are in front, how feasible the project is that at the staff level, and this is maybe a question for Jennifer, is that some of the staff were, according to the reports, were very discouraging. The city won't support this. What level of authority does that staffer have at that pre-application meeting?
So the Development Review Committee is intended to be those who actually have approval authority, who can sign plans, who can say, yes, this meets the code or doesn't meet the code. When it goes beyond the requirements within the code, then it gets elevated to city manager's development team meeting where we can have a conversation about policy level issues. Is this something that we can waive, that we can vary within the code? Really, there are two purposes for the individuals in the room. One is if it's at a concept level to say, here are issues that we think might come up during the review process, and here's ways that we think could make it easier or less expensive or faster to go through the process. Not necessarily an opportunity for us to express our personal views on whether or not we like or dislike a project. So, obviously that's a culture change that needs to occur over time.
Okay. And I think it's really critical on the line of authority as we define this thing as it goes out, that each level is identified and, there's always somebody accountable. As I know in the past, that was always an issue. I think on the last one, as I recall, in the PIPES program, that it was written that if you couldn't get an answer or hit a dead end at a certain level, you could automatically appeal to the next level like the department head. And most of the comments were, nobody ever returned my phone call. So that's all, again, that's in the past. So I think you mentioned the software, and I know from my research that critical that we upgrade the software to a GIS-based software that can tap into city databases, that can drill down into detailed information, where at any time a developer or staff could look at a given application and know exactly where it sits, the status, and so on. I realize that's very expensive, and I don't even know, is that in the budget this year to upgrade the software?
So in the budget for next year, we have requested $200,000 to evaluate our current software systems, our GIS systems, to see what we can do, what are the alternatives, what would the solutions be to get to a system that works. We're not necessarily looking for a Cadillac at the end of the line, right? We want a system that is very user-friendly for the customers as well as internally, and that meets the needs of the city. So that's the commitment for next year, is to use permitting income to review and evaluate the existing systems that we have and make a recommendation for the following year's budget. And it would probably take a couple years to fund and to implement. We looked at Clovis. It took them 18 months from purchase to just implementing the beginning phases, and they haven't even started using all of the functions of their software.
What software do they use?
They are using Intergov.
Intergov, yeah, that's what is that about a couple $1 million roughly?
Yes.
That's all proprietary, so you pay an annual fee to...
Typically, you will pay an annual maintenance fee for the software. There are 3 to 5 major national corporations that provide software and at the level that we would need.
Yeah, and this would also relate to the act I did a couple of months ago, the Asset Management Act that would track down city assets over thousands of parcels and tap into this database and make it easier for the city to either dispose or improve on their properties too. Online permitting, is that being implemented?
So at this point, we do not have online permitting available. It is something that has been requested by the development community, especially residential single-family builders who feel like it would be much easier to be able to apply online, get their permit online, rather than driving all the way down to City Hall, standing in line and getting their permit and then going back out. So that is definitely something that will be included in this, and we hope to have that as one of the very first phases of any new technology system that we implement.
Yeah. What is your timeline now for implementation?
For technology? Or just
for the whole program? Is it staged in incrementally, or is it?
I would say this is an ongoing, never-ending process. I'm sure that my team probably doesn't want to hear that, but what we hope to do is within the next 6 months is to really get up to speed on those timelines that we committed to. The 30 days of being able to review those level 1s and 2s, the over-counter reviews, as well as getting stuff scheduled for Planning Commission and for Council. And that's within the next 6 months. After that, we hope to start implementing the technology pieces, come back with that, and that would be a year and a half. So, it's going to be an ongoing process.
Okay. Pete?
Yeah. Let me just add just a little bit of to that. The first recommendation that you approved in December has been implemented, but it is going to evolve because, as you pointed out, you're getting feedback, we're getting feedback, we're adjusting, we're going to continue to improve that system. There are 8 recommendations where implementation has been initiated already. Jennifer is leading the implementation of that, so you're going to see largely those implementations, those recommendations put in place, but again, those, as Jennifer pointed out, will continue to be improved over time. You will start to see quarterly reports. I mean, I quoted Peter Drucker on a different subject yesterday. Another quotation on Peter Drucker is what you measure gets done. You will start to see measurements, and you will be able to track how we are doing and how we are continuing to improve. Bruce made the same observation a little bit earlier. The toughest part of this whole task force was to address the technology issue. We know what we have is not what we need going into the future. We've got to have a geo-based system, as you said. Right. Now, we also know that is expensive. I think you ought to be thinking about a couple $1 million, probably, to implement that. Not only that, but the transition is very time-consuming and expensive. You can't just buy the software. You got to have the people to take convert the databases and so on. We know that Clovis bought Intergov in 2011, and by 2014 they had implemented 1 module out of 5. So now that was during the Great Recession. I think a time frame like that can be compressed with the right level of staff. But as we try to come forward with recommendations, we realized a couple of things. One is we cannot and should not look at what DARM needs, for example, independent of how it integrates with other software that the city, needs. And so that's why Jennifer pointed out we've got the staff is proposing money in the budget to look at the integration of all software. Renee and Bruce have been very involved with those conversations. Yeah. Between now and the time that we decide what software system we want to implement, or the city wants to implement, and purchase and implement, there are improvements that can be made to the existing software. You can do app overlays on the existing software that will give us some temporary improvement as we transition to a new geo-based system, and that's also included in the $200,000 that Jennifer mentioned earlier. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation. And I think it's important that you be flexible as this thing goes forward, that there's going to be changes that need to be done, that we can do them on the fly. On the staffing at the DARM, I know we've added some positions, Jennifer, and that is part of the process to having sufficient people to process the applications?
Absolutely. It is very important to have sufficient people. We are still in process of hiring the right people. So it's not just about having personnel sitting at the front counter. It's having personnel who understand the process, who understand the goal of the council and the administration, to accept projects that are complete, to process them, and to communicate. So it is really critically important to our department, as well as the other departments, to get the right personnel at the right place. So they need to be decision makers in the DRC. They need to be navigators at the front counter, those kinds of skill sets.
And one of the comments I received was that, I think the Subdivision Map Act, I think, mandates 50 days on a tentative track map, and typically the Fresno is at 90 to 120 days. So that's something we have to work on, and whether it be industrial, commercial. So a couple of other issues, too, was relationships with lenders is really important, too, because generally there's going to be a lender involved in every big application. The gentleman who brought his proposal before, it's not simply the developer, it's the developer working with a lender on some of these issues. So be sensitive to that as in the overall process. And the thing I noticed, at least in the past, and I'll direct this a little at the city attorney's office, was that the risk level was always, at least it had to have everything 100%. Any business decision you make is very seldom ever anything remotely close to 100%. There's always an element of risk. So I know I've seen some improvements in our city attorney's office that we do evaluate that and measure that we have to go forward. And sometimes we can go at 80% or 90% or 70%, but sometimes we overkill things, in my opinion, and that's part of the problem as far as the system not working. And you mentioned, too, the metrics that'll be out there, both internal with peer cities. That's really important to see how we're doing. And then finally, this is going back to what I did, the Infield Development Act, there was a recommendation for an infield development team. Is that still part of that, or is that just something separate?
So infill is one of our priority areas, and as we have started to hear feedback on our process, we are hearing that one of the most critical pieces is that certain skill sets need to be applied to certain projects. We're hearing from the industrial developers that we need to have specialized personnel that can really just deal with industry.
Right.
We're going to need the same thing for infill. We're going to need a handful of staff that really understand how to process infill applications, because there are some complexities there that may not exist on other sites.
Well, for example, on industrial, I could see there's a team that would not only include city people, but like EDC would be part of it and other relevant players. So everybody's involved at the inception, because the stories I've heard, and who knows what the real truth is that these potential employers come, they want to put a plant, and Visalia did this, and Bakersfield put out the red carpet and flew them in a jet. I don't know, but we need to be more proactive, working with both city staff and our local agencies that specialize in that, to really be competitive and offer that quick service, that roll out the red carpet to get them through, so we can hopefully finish on top more often. So, and there's this final thing that everybody had mentioned, the culture, and I can say, by being in the business myself for over 30 years and seeing things firsthand in Fresno and Clovis and for jobs all up down the state, the culture is really important to get people bought into the process, that we're going forward, that we're going to be successful. And really, I want to again applaud everybody for the time and effort and thoroughness they've put into this. And I hope that it does work, and that we're starting to move Fresno in the right direction. Thank you.
Councilman Zhang.
Thank you, Council President. Jennifer, this is, I think, my third crack at this process. I remember the first one with Autry, and then under this administration, this is the second one. So let's hopefully the third, as they say, the charm right. I want just to quickly follow up with Member Baines. He talked about communication, and so for at least with me, most of the times when we get calls from constituents, it's never until after the fact. And so, when I hear the successful process of Mr. Ashton, I don't get those calls at all because they've gone through, beautiful, it's done. But it's usually after he spent $300,000 and then got to wait another year, or the additional line, the additional week. That's when we get the call. So is the communication then waiting for that system to be in place where council can have a better perspective, to when the developers should say, hey, you might want to talk to your council members ahead, just kind of so that they would follow? Or is it after I'm dealing with an angry person saying, well, you're not doing anything for me, and we're up here like, well, we didn't even know what happened, so I'm not sure how to, so let's sit and talk this out.
Right. So communication is critically important now. It really doesn't matter if we're using index cards or we're using smartphones. Communication with the applicant, with the property owner, is critically important. As I said earlier, I would like within the next year and hopefully sooner to get to the point where we're able to produce monthly reports that go to the council office. Here are all the applications that have come in. Here's where they are in the process, so that you're aware of what's going on. Sometimes applicants will come in advance and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this project, and ask for some feedback. Sometimes they don't. But regardless of whether or not they've contacted you, we need to be communicating with them on a regular basis. And then you need some reference as to what is out there, what's actually in development and in process. So that we are not waiting on communication for technology.
Is there a kind of a red flag, maybe somewhere in the middle that could be given to council as, hey, council, just to let you know, this project is probably not going through for whatever reason, it's the general time frame that is acceptable. It's not there, and expect this. You may get this call, or you may not, but kind of a red flag to point out, so that we can be somewhat aware of, or at least just for staffing reasons, so that we can kind of follow up and just say, okay, what's the real situation?
Councilmember Blanc, I think that's a great idea, and that was one of the points that we brought forward. I'm sorry I didn't articulate that well, but your idea is genius. When that permit hits the city, the council member in that district should be able to track it and get a notice, hey, I've got either a re-roof or I've got a $100 million industrial project, and you're able to see that at the same time. So I think that the software program, going back to Councilmember Brand, is so important that it really isn't an exploratory committee. It's a we need it now committee. I mean, that's a big deal for this council to put forward, and it is expensive, but the communication that comes from being able to do that is going to be just priceless.
So that system, well, I'm assuming besides the general fund that there would be a creative funding source that could be an option to look at that as well.
So during the Nexus study for permitting fees, we actually included the cost for software, for the upgrading of the software. And so over time, there will be funding available to pay for the upgrade of the software through the permitting process.
Okay. Is there a big difference? Yes, there is. I'll answer that. The small projects and the type of attention that they get to, whether they're small contractors to larger size development projects, and what they bring, how are those looked at? And then the expedited, if I can say that word, if each process follows a different route.
It's really based on the complexity of the project, but we understand that different customers have different needs. Sometimes we have a small business owner that comes in that has never been to the city. Maybe they want a sign. Maybe they want to upgrade their property. We need to have specialized staff that can help them with that process. We have development services coordinator, that frontline person, the concierge who's at the front counter that says, welcome to development services, what can I do to help you? And their sole job is to figure out where this person is in the process. Are they an experienced consultant? Are they a complex project developer? Are they a small business owner? And making sure that they get the resources that they need right then.
And then our concierge, my French
Development
is
services coordinator,
yes,
it's easier.
that's currently in place, right? So,
right.
One of the issue that was brought to our office is that you have a contractor that's built X product and for different places, and it's pretty much the same product. It's gone through all the processes. Like it's not the first one; it's probably like their 100th one. But for each one, instead of just saying, "Hey, you did it, you have the experience, it looks good, we've gone through it," they would be still triaged like 2, 3, 4 weeks, or even 5 weeks later for basically the same product. Now, it could be at a different location, but it's the same product. You've seen the engineering, you've seen all the details before, but why is it taking longer or just as long as the first time?
Right. So the development code will help to alleviate that. Right now, site plan review is required for all of those. The intent is to get those out the door within 30 days. We'll have that first quarterly report after July 1st to let you know what percentage of projects are actually getting reviewed in that period of time. But site plan review will, in reducing that and going to zone clearance, will allow us to say, hey, this is just the same project, same type of site, same zoning, same land use, and we're moving it here, and we can process it through much more quickly. So yes, that is a concern, and we are looking at that to try to make sure that we're alleviating that concern.
Thank you. What about when, and I guess my concern has always been more the small development side as well, to make sure that they feel that they're not neglected because we're doing such big jobs. In their response time, and I'll bring this scenario, and I understand that we've been work. Now, Bruce, we've talked about this, and this may fall into the infield, and I remember Brand talking about that, and I asked him to come. We have the two developments in terms of policy and insurance and things. We have a tier for 4 and then a tier for everything above 4. And we have a group that's somewhere between above 4 and not the big development. And this question has been raised, I think we're into my 6 months now, and hasn't been given anything definite to the community and to the business community as to what is going to be the definitive desire. Are we just going to leave them out or not? And so I think how we respond to them impacts the perception of what they think business friendly is, or are we still the same? Or, well, with the small business, they still haven't cared about us. They're caring about the big time.
Right. So small businesses play a very important role in our economy in Fresno, and it is in many cases the only time they will ever have a contact with the city, that they will come to City Hall, is because they need a business license, they need a sign permit, they want to renovate their property. It is our job, regardless of whether they're a large developer or they just have a small store, is to provide them with that clear customer service, because that is the process itself is economic development for our community. And so the role of the development services coordinator is to be able to identify that person who walks in the door and says, I'm just here for a sign permit, or I'm just here because I want to open this business, and to be able to link them up with the resources that they need to get that done right then.
So this looks like a policy question for me, and so I'm going to, so Jennifer, I'm going to ask now that I'm going to put that item on council, because I think waiting for it this long has been sufficient, and I'm getting the hankling. I'm running out of, I don't want to say excuses, but delays that I can legitimately tell them that that I don't know why we haven't answered those questions at all to them. And so I want to make sure that I'm giving you a heads up that I'm going to bring that item forward, and I want staff to make sure that they either say no, or these are the two policies, and this is what we're going with, and here's why, or that we find a way to look at a third-tier possibility, and what are the pros and cons into that. Okay? One last question. Member Brandt, I know you asked for the infield development. Is that, maybe I missed the answer. What was the definitive answer on the infield development team in parts of this particular process?
So we will be having, over the next 6 months, specializing staff to work for industrial projects, infill, tract maps, annexations, to have specialized teams that can address the needs of specialized projects. So infill is one of those priority areas, as well as job creator projects, that we need to have the right people at the table.
Okay. Lastly, what is, and we always appreciate the success, those help us too, but what has been also some of the more common criticism that we have received in terms of this process?
I think Pete mentioned it briefly, is understanding that balance for staff between the perfect application and the complete application. We're still trying to make sure that we're following the city rules and guidelines, but our goal needs to be good quality projects that increase value in our community and investment in our community, not necessarily the perfect project, so that we can take in projects and we can process them. To make sure that we are communicating directly, that was one, sorry. Number two is make sure that we continue to communicate with the applicants. We have a lot of projects in-house right now that we're reviewing, that we're wanting to give good critical feedback to, and making sure that we communicate in a timely manner to the industry, to the applicant, as to where their project is, what the answers are, and to get them out the door, because time is money for businesses within our community.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any other council members? Comments? Then I would just like to add, it's been great to be a member of the task force. I was really glad that this is one of the issues that I took on and was a part of, because I feel like it's been effective. I'd like to thank all of the members of the task force, also including Councilman Olivier's joined me as a member of the task force. And so I'd like to thank all the members of the task force, the staff of the City of Fresno that have participated, and also the experts in the community who've been invited, like several of them that we heard from today, and others who've got to give input. And then I'd like to thank the mayor for being hands-on, very hands-on. She's in every meeting. She knows what's going on with this committee, and so that's really cool. And I'd like to thank Pete and Jennifer for doing the heavy lifting, because this is a lot of work. Now, here's the thing. I get caught in the crossfire because I probably hear from every developer in this community. And they know that I pay attention to this stuff, so they know that I'm also on this task force. So I'm hearing, and so I have to be very open and honest, I'm hearing at this point mixed results. Now, that doesn't surprise me, being a part of government, that things take more time than we expect. So I'm hearing mixed results. At this point in the process, that doesn't surprise me, and it doesn't create some fear of failure. I think from what we've heard today that there's a lot going on and there's a lot to do. And so I myself am keeping my fingers crossed and working hard and looking forward to more meetings with the task force and seeing the project completely through and giving them the time that it takes to get it done right. However, I've got to add that there's going to be a limitation on that time. We only have so much time to do this right, and then we'll have to look at other options, because our community is screaming to get this right. And so I want to thank everybody. And I want to thank especially all of the people who have given comment who didn't get a chance to speak today. And please continue to give all of us comment. We need to hear from every source of information on this. We cannot fail on this project. Anyway, thank you very much, Jennifer. It was a good workshop. All right. And next, we have another workshop, some friends of ours that have been waiting patiently. So, Councilman Baines, I'll let you lead us here.
And thank you very much. I don't want to take a long time because you all know who our next workshop is. My good friends from the Air Board. We have the APCOs, Syed Sadruddin here to talk to us a little bit today about some of the things we're doing over in the Air Board. And I just thought it'd be a good idea to just come and with some of the discussions we've had as of late for the full council to kind of get some of the benefit of how the Air Board is making contemplations, making decisions, and how it fits into what we do here. But before I turn it completely over to Syed, I also wanted to say, and no one in this building should get offended that I'm going to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, that out of almost all the boards I sit on, Syed's probably, without question, one of the best directors that I've seen of any organization in this city. I mean, in all honesty, just a great job. We listened about culture a few moments ago from Pete and what we have to do here. Well, I can tell my colleagues here on the council that the culture of the Air Board is something that I'm certainly envious of, and I know that it certainly starts with Syed. And Syed, great job. I don't get a chance to say that publicly enough, but you do a great job over there. Very, very impressed with the culture that you've created over there, with the way you respond and the way you work. So, with that, colleagues, I turn it over to Syed.
Thank you, Mr. Baines, Mr. President, members of the council, staff. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure. An honor to be here before you. Congratulations to all the big winners from Tuesday. I look forward to continuing to working with all of you as we move forward. I also want to thank your board, for your council, for giving us the privilege of having Mr. Baines being on our board. He's been a voice of common sense and good government on our board, and has certainly held my feet to the fire. Although I appreciate the compliments, it's really the leadership of his and other members of the board from various offices throughout the district that really make our agency be able to do what we do. So thank you very much. I also have with me today Jamie Holt, our Chief Communication Officer, and Heather Hanks, which I want to thank you for letting us steal from the city, our public information person. She's been doing a great job for the district. So if you ever need anything, they'll also be here to help you with. If it could go to the PowerPoint, here are some topics that I thought might be of interest to you, some areas that the district has a focus on in the coming months and years that I wanted to talk to you about. And of course, any questions, comments that you have. I always value any critique, any comments, any advice that you have regarding this very difficult challenge that we have in San Joaquin Valley with respect to our air quality. But today, first, I wanted to give you a report on some recent air quality trends, both in good and also some bad news because of the drought, some of the air quality conditions that we experienced because of that exceptional weather conditions that we had. I also wanted to share with you some information about some of the things that are on our plate right now. And I wasn't aware of your previous workshop topic, which dealt with your planning permitting process, but one of the areas that I wanted to talk to you about is a new streamlining approach that the Air District wants to undertake that requires engagement of your council, your planning department, and all the other 59 cities and 8 counties throughout the district. And it might be a timely topic based on what I heard from your workshop earlier, and we're hoping that your planning department would participate in that. Permit streamlining has been a key priority for the Air District for many years. We've invested a lot of time and money in technology and the culture, as Councilmember Baines mentioned. But we also, aside from our own local permitting, we have engagement through CEQA process, which, as you know, is fertile for dysfunction and misuse which could bring the system to a halt. And we pride ourselves in being able to maintain strong environmental air quality safeguards in the process while removing unnecessary bureaucratic red tape and things that make the process costly and timely. I also wanted to share with you some difficult work that lies ahead of us with respect to some new federal mandates, new standards. Every 5 years they come up with a new goalpost that we have to shoot for. I want to tell you what that may require as we move forward. A couple of initiatives to help your constituents and the Valley residents to have better information to real-time air quality data to be able to make decisions about their day-to-day life, to protect themselves or schools to make to know when they can have sporting events and things like that. I want to share with you some new initiatives in that regard, and also wanted to tell you about our wood burning rule that. Although it is already one of the strongest regulations in terms of controlling wood burning, because of some of these new mandates and for public health, we are in the process of making it even more restrictive in terms of when you can use your fireplace as we move forward. So I wanted to give you a heads up on that if you hear from some unhappy constituents that like to use their fireplaces all the time. First, in terms of air quality, something that we all can be proud of is the historic achievement that the Valley was able to achieve this last year. In 2013, we had the first year in our history where we had zero violation of the 1-hour ozone standard. This is a standard that has been in place for a couple of decades, and we've imposed a lot of regulations on businesses, done everything that we could, left no stone unturned.
Syed, can you give my colleagues a little comparison of where we were and where we are? I think that'd be good for, if you don't do that already, but I think that'd be good for them to understand that.
Right. The standard, as I said, that's something that we've been working on for a couple of decades. Just going back to 1996, for instance, we had some 280 violations of that standard. So to go from 280 violations to zero violations, it is something that has never happened. We are the first region in the nation to be able to go from the so-called extreme non-attainment, which is the worst designation that you can have, to actually attaining the standard. Now, I'm not here as a government bureaucrat to take credit for that. It is really the sacrifice and the investment by businesses, first and foremost, that brought us to the point of being able to achieve the standard. Our estimate is that businesses in San Joaquin Valley over the last 20, 25 years have spent over $40 billion to modernize their fleets and their devices and also comply with the regulations that we put in place. I think we also owe a great deal of gratitude to the public at large. First, for supporting strong air quality measures, air quality even through tough economy and through various phases of our journey here has been a top priority, number 1 or 2 priority for Valley residents. And also more recently, in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we've been asking the public to also look in the mirror and do things on that they can help with air quality, like fireplaces, what you can do with your car, not driving it as much or not idling it and things like that. So the public obviously deserves a great deal of credit. And I also have to give credit to our board members, the elected officials throughout the Valley. This is a thankless job, really, to be on the air board. If you don't hear, if they like what you're doing or okay with what you're doing, that you don't hear anything. But if anything is, not exactly to their liking, they really get a whole host of complaints from various quarters. And of course, we have our environmental groups that they always want us to do more, and we always have a commitment to leave no stone unturned. So it's a difficult job, but they did make some real politically unpopular decisions throughout the 2 or 3 decades that we've been engaged in this effort, and this was a huge accomplishment. And basically in 2013, we had 0 violations, and we're hoping EPA now would sign off on that request to declare the Valley to be in attainment and also remove that $29 million penalty per year that Valley residents are right now subject to through the DMV fees. Well, I wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking to you about the drought. Even though we've had a great year for ozone last winter, just from December through January, for a 2-month period, We experienced the conditions that all of you know about with respect to the drought. I don't need to go through all the statistics. The driest year in recorded history. I have some stats here for you, and we've heard from the farmers the economic impact of billions of dollars on the valley's economy. But those same conditions that led to drought also created exceptionally abnormal weather conditions that led to extremely high concentrations of particulate matter. Not only in our district, but on the coast, in the coastal areas, San Francisco, San Luis Obispo, and all those counties, and in some of the pristine areas up north, they all experience enormously high PM concentrations. The problem for us is that 2 months of exceptional weather condition sets us back 5 years of progress with respect to air quality. This year, 2014, is the deadline for us to meet the annual standard for PM 2.5. What happened in those 2 months will basically skew the average for over a 3-year period, making us be non-attainment for the standard, even if we have a pristine year this year. We don't think that's fair. We don't think that's common sense. Our board has a legislative proposal to make sure, or to at least try to get the Federal Clean Air Act to take into account that a 119-year drought condition, where the governor declares an emergency, and everyone is fully aware of it, that should satisfy or qualify as what they call exceptional events. If you can define a set of circumstances as exceptional event, violations during those periods of time, since you have no control over it, will not count against the community. Unfortunately, EPA right now has not considered drought as an exceptional event. We were in Washington with Mr. Baines and other board members trying to lobby EPA and the Congress. We're getting a letter from all of our congressional delegation, Senator Feinstein, hopefully to EPA to get them to be a little bit more reasonable that, a condition like this where no one questions whether you had a drought situation of enormous magnitude should not count against the region. We should not be penalized for that. So I'll keep you posted as to how that effort comes about. Now, of course, part of our culture is that, we don't want to just play victim and say, this is what's happening and there's nothing we can do. So our board also took a number of actions to help in response to the drought. As you know, because of lack of precipitation, there is a greater demand for groundwater during this time. So farmers, water districts have to do special things to get access to water. We had some farmers, for instance, that had switched to electric pump, but PG&E was taking their sweet time of getting actually a connection to them, electric connection, and they could not get their electric pumps working. So we worked out an arrangement for an expedited permitting process with the farmers to give them temporary engines, clean engines that they could use in the meantime while PG&E ultimately will come to their help. Water districts had to do a whole host of things, pushing one water district, for instance, had to actually push the water back upstream, from south to north to get the water to where they needed. They had to shift water from one canal to another. All of these things required pumps that have to go through permitting, through CEQA process. So we came up with a whole host of streamlining measures, emergency actions, again, without undermining any air quality safeguards, but to be able to do some of those permits over the counter, do them like within 10 days. And went to the governor, asked that they give some CEQA relief with respect to some of those emergency actions, and governor did do that in his second emergency proclamation. So a whole host of things to help farmers get access to water. And the other area also was that for many of our dust control measures, you need water. Imagine while you're in the middle of drought, the air district requiring you to go and spray water on fields and construction sites and things like that. So we have been working with the farmers, with water districts and other entities to identify less water-intensive measures to control your dust. And there's a whole host of measures that we've been able to come up with them. They cost a little bit more, but if you have no access to water, that gives you an opportunity to move forward. We're also exploring some potential regulatory changes, since our regulations often do not take into account emergency conditions, to see if we need to have some special provisions for emergency situations such as the ones we're in right now. Now, the topic that I mentioned earlier about CEQA, The Air District, covers 8 counties. As you know, we deal with 59 cities, 8 counties, and each year we get about 3,000 CEQA projects that require some sort of an involvement by the district. In 2006, for instance, before the Great Recession, we were hovering about 3,000 applications. Of course, the number of applications went down. Last year, it actually doubled compared to 2012, and our chart shows that we are on track to, again, be where the level of economic activities was pretty high. Now, each year, the Air District alone, we spend about 7,000 hours responding to these comments and addressing them. And when a government bureaucrat is spending 7,000 hours, that means project proponent, all the other businesses that are involved, by an order of magnitude, they are engaged in this process. So when we talk about reducing hours that we spend, ultimately that also helps the project proponents and the lead agencies that also have to be engaged in. Now, one of the things that happens under the current process is that each project gets a case-by-case review. And I think Mr. Zhang mentioned that an example, what if it's a project that has already been through the same thing 100 times? What we do in government is we pretend like this is the first time we've seen a project like this. We make them go through step A through Z once again for the same thing that we've already know. If you fit these 4 or 5 characteristics, we should be able to deal with you on a more streamlined fashion. So what we're suggesting here is to go from a case-by-case, project-by-project basis to a programmatic approach, where the district, working with the lead agencies, will come up with upfront templates that if you're a project of such and such kind, if you just check these 3 boxes, you're fine. You don't have to come to the Air District. You don't have to go through a 30-day process of sending letters back and forth between agencies and a whole host of other things. Because of the time, I'm not going to go through a lot of details, but basically it would be an upfront work between the lead agencies where we do some work up front right now, and then projects as they come through this process, they don't have to go through the reinvention of the wheel every time we go through this process. And we're talking about projects that are not even significant in this case for air quality. We still spend a lot of hours just to prove that they're not significant, go through a whole host of process. In this case, we want to set up an upfront process to take care of that. It would require, it's voluntary for lead agencies to participate in that. If they do, we want them to write an MOU with the Air District where they make some commitments to take care of the air quality problems and deal with them in the project design as projects come forward. So instead of this project coming to us and then 30 days later finding from the Air District what we need from them up front, the city says, all right, you're a project that falls into category B, you have to have A, B, C provisions, and you go through the process. Now, if we go through this process, I think we can reduce not only our time, your agency's time, but also, more importantly, the project proponents' time that they have to go through the process. The benefits is obviously improving efficiency all around for everyone. Enhanced communication. It's actually, in our view, is going to make throughout the district with the 59 cities and 8 counties, make air quality even be an issue that they take more seriously. Because right now we send a comment letter. City of Fresno might say, oh, great, we heard from the Air District. We listened to the Air District. Unfortunately, that's not the case with all the cities and counties. Some ignore our comments. Some just put it in a file and move on. In this case, if we can get an early upfront buy-in from the cities and the counties that they build that into their project design, then it's taken care of. It's taken more seriously, but also done in a more efficient way, without people just misusing the CEQA process, that if you don't like this project, even though it's the same identical project to the one that was in the other neighborhood, you give them a tough time and make them go through a significant, lengthy process. So if in your case, your council, and in the case of the cities, the counties, their board approves this approach, then we will give you regular updates and hopefully be able to show that a programmatic approach is more efficient and gets better results in terms of environment and air quality as well. Here's a work plan that we've identified. We want to engage your lead agencies, the planning departments throughout the valley with workshops, because we want to have their input, make sure we've considered all of their issues and concerns so it works for them. Then work with them and develop source category, meaning industry category specific templates that then you just sign off and check off and move forward. Do the MOUs with the willing participants, the cities and counties that want to do this. Execute MOUs and put this in place middle of next year. That's what we hope to be able to do. Just a couple of quick items. I know I would be running out of time by the time I get here, so I don't have a lot more slides for you, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. But I talked about the new standard, the new federal mandate that is before us. I just talked to you about meeting the 1-hour ozone standard, but that's just one of the many standards that we have to meet. EP has already established a standard for ozone, which we have to do a plan for this year. That shows how we're going to attain that standard. We've already reduced air pollution in San Joaquin Valley by 80%. To get to the new standards, we need to reduce emissions by another 90%. We pretty much have to go to zero emissions. I tell my friends in the oil industry that we're going to have to ban fossil fuel combustion. That's really the only way to get there. Of course, let me put you at ease. We have no authority to do that, but that's just to put the complexity and difficulty of this mandate in perspective for people. The new standards are very close to background ozone concentrations, even if no one lived or worked or no cars in San Joaquin Valley. And for us to get there, we either have to ban fossil fuel, any kind of a combustion, or find the technology that you can burn or use that fuel with zero emissions. Of course, there's some hope to be able to someday get there, but to get there even by 2032, which is the deadline for this, it's not physically possible. We need to have the infrastructure, hydrogen highway, if you want to use Mr. Schwarzenegger's term for that, or any what it would take to do that. And it's not just San Joaquin Valley being able to do that. It has to be a statewide, nationwide change to a new infrastructure, new fuel. So it's almost impossible. And we're trying to also, through legislation, work to build some common sense into that. But that's basically where we are, and we have to, as you can see, the top line, that's the stationary sources. Those are businesses in San Joaquin Valley. They now only make up 20% of the pollution. The remaining 80% comes from so-called mobile sources, and again, to get there, it takes a lot more than just what one agency can do or a particular region. Just a couple of quick areas that I wanted to also bring to your attention. This is San Joaquin Valley. If you look at it, 25,000 square miles, the largest air district, air basin in the state. What we want to do is we want to be able to give everyone a more accurate, real-time information on air quality for their neighborhood. So we're going to divide the San Joaquin Valley to 3,600 neighborhoods. They're 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers. That's a lot of work. We have to identify inventory emissions in each of these grids, and then be able to, on a real-time basis with technology online, tell you if you live in this particular, put your address in, and it will tell you what your air quality is. The reason we want to do that is that right now we have a vast air monitoring network, but there's only like 35 monitors up and down this 25,000 square miles. The air monitors right now are placed at the point of worst air quality, just to be conservative. So sometimes we tell somebody on west side of Fresno, for instance, Fresno County, that your air quality is X today, or air quality is bad today for entire Fresno County, where that air quality is really based on what we're measuring downtown Fresno or wherever our worst air quality reading might be. So for most of the people in San Joaquin Valley, we believe their actual air quality experience is much better than what these worst location monitors show them. So we want to not only do that on a real-time basis, what is your air quality now, but also give you a historic perspective of how air quality has improved in your particular neighborhood, or where you work, where you go to school, and all that. So that's a big project. It requires a lot of technology and all that, but I think at the end it'll be a good tool for the Valley residents to get a more accurate indication of what air quality in their particular neighborhood is, as opposed to what is the worst air quality in Fresno County, and everybody thinking that that's their experience, for instance. One other program that we're in the middle of transitioning is the school flag program that you might be familiar with. Many schools have the flag that shows what air quality is. The flags are, again, an indicator of what is the worst air quality in the county, and each school shows that as their flag for the day. Again, you have the same problem as I mentioned, that your school may not be in the worst zone, but you show a flag that shows here's what my air quality is. The other thing is that that flag is actually a forecast of what what the air quality is. It's not real-time air quality. So we had to come up with a new system that we call it RAN program, Real-Time Air Quality Network, which a lot of the schools are participating in, where you get hourly by hourly notification of what is real air quality for the monitor nearest you. It also gives the schools flexibility. Some of them don't want to keep their the kids indoor all day or don't have the facilities or resources to do that. With the RAN program, you can change throughout the day. As air quality gets better, you can let the kids out. If it gets worse for that hour, you can bring them in as opposed to be tied in for all day one way or another. So many schools want to go in that direction. But I know some people like the flag program because of its simplicity, and also some people have pride of ownership in it. They don't want to move on to the new technology that comes with RAN. So we're trying, essentially what our board decided to do is to no longer fund the flag program, encourage schools to go to the real-time air advisory network. We'll still provide the data for the schools that are just married to the flag program and want to keep it, but we're going to put our focus, our incentives, and our enhancements on the more advanced and more flexible program with the RAN that gives you real-time air quality information. And finally, the last topic I had on the agenda for you, it's the wood burning rule. As I told you, the businesses have spent over $40 billion to comply. And I've been doing this for 33 years. We've done many expensive regulations on businesses, and that hasn't been easy, as you can imagine. But every time we've tried to get the public to look in the mirror and say, well, what can you do to help the situation? Our building gets run over, and we get everybody coming out and say, what the hell you're telling me what I can do or cannot do. With respect to air quality, with wood burning, our wood burning rule is the most cost-effective, most effective regulatory measures ever put in place by the Air District. Both, if you look at the toxicity of the wood smoke, that's one of the most toxic constituents. When it happens in the evenings, right under your nose, right in your neighborhood, it happens at the worst time of day, at the worst location. When we do the wood burning rule, valley-wide, we reduce air pollution by about 18 tons a day of particulate. We've had many rules on businesses that get us a fraction of that, like 0.1 gram or 0.1 ton a year of emissions at a cost of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. So there's no rule that would come close to get us the reductions that we need. If we don't do the fireplace rule, we will have to do something close to banning fossil fuel combustion or putting businesses essentially out of business, ultimately, either through indirect costs or direct cost of complying with regulation. So this is a very important rule, both from a health perspective, but also if you have a pro-business approach to this, that everybody has to do their fair share, and let's find the most cost-effective way of doing it. So what we're in the process of doing with our rule is to lower the threshold. Right now, we call no burn days at the 35 micrograms per cubic meter of particulate. We're trying to take that down to about 20. So we may have a double number of days of no burn days. But one thing that we're doing in this rule, which some of the people that like to burn wood may like, and also we think it's good for air quality, is that we're going to let people that have EPA-certified wood stoves to actually be able to burn on more days. We think that not only reduces emissions overall, the rule reduces emissions by going to a lower threshold for your conventional fireplaces, but then it also reduces emissions on burn days, because people that like to do burning, we're going to encourage them to go to this EPA certified unit, which is 80-90% less pollution when you use it. So we're going to combine our regulatory measure with a new incentive. Right now we give about $1,500 to low-income individuals that want to switch to wood burning. We're going to raise that for low-income individuals, but also for people regardless of income. Give them more dollars to switch to the through our incentives to the cleaner wood burning devices, and we think that will take us a long ways through a more cost-effective, more health-protective way of reducing air pollution. So, Mr. President, council members, that's what I had for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions, take any advice, or any comments that you might have.
For the education of council, are there any council members that have questions or comments? I do. Oh, did you want me to? Syed, let me ask a couple questions. And I appreciate everything you're doing, and Jamie and Heather, for sure. The couple of times that I've had to come over and have discussions for different issues, I've really had a great time, very educational. I love the streamlining stuff. That's fantastic. That's good news. So if we all start streamlining, I think our lives will be better. The new standards that you're referring to, unless I missed it, is there a kickoff date to that, or when are those going to start applying to us?
It's a lot more complicated than that. Right. As we speak right now, there are 3 different ozone standards that we have to deal with, have various timelines and deadlines. In the 2015-16 timeline, we are mandated to write a new plan, air quality attainment plan, which is a recipe of regulations, measures that you're going to meet the standard for the standard that was put in place back in 2008 by EPA. But while we're in the middle of doing that, EPA, by the end of this year, is going to release a new standard. So even before we're finished with the standard that right now we're doing the plans for, and EPA hasn't even finalized the regulations for it, they're doing a new regulation. So to answer your questions, I have to go standard by standard specifically. For the standard, the latest standard, we have to write a plan in 2015-16, have the board adopt a set of measures, which, by the way, will have a big black box in it, as we call it. These are measures that we know we need, but we don't know what they are because technology does not exist. That has to be in place in 2015-16. Attainment timeline for that will be 2035-37, depending on how things will fall in place. And then there's this new standard that the administration is expected to publish after the first Tuesday in November this year. They said they're going to delay that until after that. And that begins a whole new timeline schedule based on what EP ultimately puts in. And so it's a maze of really crazy deadlines, overlapping deadlines and timelines. So the answer to your question is a 3-page table I'm going to have to give you.
Okay, interesting. All right, I sometimes just on public radio, I hear that today we're failing a certain standard, or we failed to meet, or yesterday we failed to meet a certain standard. So I kind of hear that, and so I guess that'll all just keep moving. The standards will change, and you've done a great job bringing us into compliance. Compared to historically, we've been out of compliance a lot. And so then one of the things that you mentioned is that we'd really essentially have to ban the automobile from the Central Valley or fossil fuels, right? So that's not going to happen. So how does the federal government expect us to even come close to these standards that they put upon us, and then penalize us if we can't make them? That kind of bothers me.
Yeah, you raise a couple of important public policy issues. First, with respect to this moving goalpost and how you communicate that with the public, because the bumper sticker type of a sentence, or sometimes what some of my friends in the environmental community misuse to tell people air quality is getting worse, it really ignores the fact that your scoring system, the goalpost, has moved. Because you might say, with the new standard now we have 10 more days of violation, and people might, if you just tell them that, they say, your air quality is then 10 times worse. Whereas the truth of the matter is air quality is 90% better, but we're violating the new standard 10 more times because EPA has just moved the goalpost. So that's an important communication strategy that consideration that we have to take into account, and people sometimes misuse that, but it's important to make sure people are comparing apples and apples as we move forward. But with respect to what my board believes is a federal policy that is setting us up for failure with respect to the Federal Clean Air Act. The Clean Air Act was first passed some 40 years ago with Richard Nixon being the president. It passed the Congress unanimously. All the Republicans, all the Democrats voted for it. It got amended back in 1990 with George Bush Sr., and there was only 4 or 5 no votes on it at the time. We believe the Congress acted in vacuum at that time, and they didn't really know what they were voting for. Otherwise, it would not get a unanimous, essentially, vote if they really understood the unintended consequences that have come with the Clean Air Act. If they knew you would someday force banning on fossil fuel combustion, or essentially penalizing a region for things that they have no control over. Pollution from China is a big deal, for instance, right now for us, but the Act cannot, handle that situation. Drought conditions, the fact that we've run out of technology. Right now, today, even if money were no object, there is no way that we can meet the standard because there is no technology that gets the reductions, banning, short of just stopping all fuel combustion. So I don't know how the Congress is going to deal with that situation. The only silver lining that I see in it is that as they toughen the standard, it may become to a point that it's not just the crazy California, the West Coast or the left coast or whatever they like to call it, that may have this problem only. That, when we get more regions in the nation being put in the same place because the standard has been ratcheted so far down that even, the Midwest and, East Coast regions are not going to be able to meet it. Maybe we'll have more allies to bring about some sort of a common sense tweak to the Cleaner Act. And we're not trying to, say gut the Cleaner Act. It has been great in terms of all the improvements that we made with respect to air quality. But we're at the point that these unintended consequences in areas like ours in South Coast where we have mature programs with experience and we know what they mean, Congress needs to really take a look at that and make some tweaks so we're not set up for failure. But right now, there is no way that I can envision for us to put a plan together that shows that someday we can meet this standard.
I have sympathy for your cause there. If there was anything that our council could do to send that message to Congress that we would love standards that make some common sense that we can even possibly attain, that'd be great. Because if they make the standard harder for us and we start failing to comply again, we're going to start getting penalized again. And that always means dollars that leave our community to pay for these penalties. And so that doesn't sound like a good scene to me. So please keep me updated. Please keep our council updated as we start to see those problems arise. So thank you very much.
And I'll just make a couple comments. Thanks, Syed. That was excellent. Thank you for presenting to the council. I thought it was about time that I don't remember if we had one earlier, but I knew that it was, we have a new council here that's seated, and I kind of wanted them to understand some of the challenges that we deal with on my other Thursday meeting. Really quick, I'm just going to wrap up. And just, I wanted to make a couple of quick comments. And, Syed talks about the $40 billion that business has invested over the, last several decades to clean up air quality. And so the air district in this region, guys, is probably much more of a regulatory agency than even we are. How many rules do we have, Syed?
4 inches thick, double-sided.
There you go. Right? It's no joke, right? When industry wants to do something, when ag wants to do something, there's a whole host of rules and regulations that they have to comply with to do anything. It's really crazy. I say that to say this. I can't tell you how many times I sit in an air board meeting and folks from ag or industry come and thank us for the job that we do. It's absolutely unbelievable. It's like when I was a police officer and people told me, thank you for giving them a ticket. I'm serious. It is, but I say that because the work that the staff does over at the Air District to try to make sure that they're working with business and working with industry. You listen to Syed think out loud about how we want to streamline things to make permits quicker. It really happens over there. And industry and business are very complementary of the job that we're doing. So I wanted to say that so my colleagues know the things that we're struggling with here are absolutely possible as far as streamlining, permitting, getting things done, even with a lot of regulations, right? I mean, you all understand now, we're held to a standard from the federal government that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense in some cases, but we have to adhere to it. And, the Air District makes it make sense for our businesses to the point where they thank us for the job that we do. It's pretty remarkable. So I just wanted to tell you thanks, Syed, and to put it in perspective for my colleagues, the kind of work that they do over there and the response that we get from the communities that we regulate pretty heavily. And just finally, our Air District is one of the best in the nation. The policy recommendations that we make out of Fresno end up in Washington, D.C. and actually come to fruition. The policy recommendations we made to the state on the new truck rules, those were our policy recommendations that originated with the staff of the Air District. So just know that we're very influential. We're very well respected here. It's probably the best air district in the nation. I don't say that just because I sit on the Air District. I mean, it's the work that we're doing, and Syed and staff, excellent operation. So tough, challenging work, but excellent operation. Thanks, Syed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Syed. Thanks, Jamie, Heather. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item is a 10:30 scheduled item. It's appearance of Zoyer Zachary Zendel, and wants to invite Fresno City Council to the Pride Parade and Festival. So, Zoyer, please approach the microphone.
First off, I'd like to thank you for having me and giving me this time. I wanted to tell you about the Fresno Pride Parade and Festival. This is something that happens every year. This is our 24th annual year. And what this is an event to celebrate the culture, the diversity of Fresno in terms of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community. And so there's growing support for us politically, our community, and everything that we do, and all the events that we organize. So I strongly encourage you to attend. There will be a parade from 10 to 11 down Olive between Palm and Wishawn. The festival portion will begin at 11 a.m. and end at 3 p.m. And a special thanks to Mr. Oliver Baines, who so graciously has offered us a proclamation. And so there will be an award ceremony, I think about noon, in the entertainment tent to acknowledge the political support and the city acknowledging us as a community and honoring Fresno's diversity in that way. The festival will have live entertainment, various food vendors, so if you come, you will have a great time, in addition to learning more about a different community. And so I, on behalf of the Fresno Rainbow Pride Committee, which is who I'm here representing, it's a committee from Community Link, which offers various services and programs for the LGBT community. We are asking for a joint proclamation from the City Council. And so, if needed, I can provide information about the event via email or other way. We ask that you recognize our community and show your support for Fresno's diversity, particularly this community. And also, in closing, we are the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender community, but we are also individuals that are involved in the everyday workforce, involved in politics as well, and also many of us encompass other diverse minority groups. Many of us belong to, like myself, different racial and ethnic groups, people with disabilities, etc. So many of us belong to more than just this group, and also participate regularly in community events and everyday society, things of that nature. So I strongly encourage you all to support us and recognize us, and I know that some of you have in the past, and I definitely want to thank you for that, and the committee that I represent would definitely like to thank you for that. So again, thank you for your time, and I hope that you are able to give us the joint proclamation.
Thanks, Zoyer. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for your time.
All right. Now we are going to move to unscheduled communication. And Barbara, as you're making your way up, you're first. But the couple of folks that have come to talk about the Bulldog turn signal over by Fresno State, now would be a good time. It's actually on next week's agenda. So we're going to be voting on it next week, but you could come up and talk about it today in unscheduled communication, and you could return next week as well. So, Barbara, you're up.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is how they get the things going for election. They invite events around the election. Mayor Swanson is good at this, too, and it's not there. But this one here, it got me when the chief of police, Chief Dyer, and Zachary them, the associations all was up there pulling for Egan and Smith Camp. Now, I got on my taxes what I have to pay for the police pension, fire department pensions money, and what you call this thing, the employees. This here, it says, an ordinance of the City of Fresno, California, authorizing the levy and collection of a property tax and taxable property in the City of Fresno for the partial funding of the Fresno Fire and Police Retirement System and the Fresno City Employee Retirement System as of fiscal year beginning of July 2011. This goes all the way back until 1978 they've been taking money out. The county of Fresno was arguing before they started this profit sharing agreement, and then the city guys said they wouldn't get no money for it. Then they county was going to start development. That's how they started development. It's not fair. That's against the law. I'm going to take this to to Miss Egan, and let her see this is in violation with the election code to do anything around election time. And when I'm asking Baines at $50,000, and I see all these shows going on around election time in Swearingen, international things, everything she given around the election time, how much money have she spent in the last 3 or 4 months around election time for getting people together for votes? This is against the law. And then I have another one right here, the boundaries. Out there where I live, all those signs say southeast. How in the hell I get to be in southwest when I'm 67, born in southwest? I showed you guys. The county of Fresno turned that quarter and made us southeast. James Aldridge, the one that put us in this mess, when he said, when we was low, like we're supposed to have so many people in our population, and then we was way low in southwest Fresno. That was the county. Then they started, that's before they made this guy's the 7th district. Then they started giving all this here money to all these other areas when we was 3,000 some people short in southwest Fresno. If we in southwest Fresno, why are we paying all that bond debt, all this money and stuff? West Fresno 1, West Fresno 2 and 3, merger 1 or 2, whichever one it is, all that money in southwest Fresno. If we in southwest Fresno, why them signs say southeast? And the farmers is inheriting that debt from southwest Fresno for that land, because anytime there's open space, they get all their tax increments. And the city council, this is the last one, you are the redevelopment agency, you are the redevelopment agency board. That was a conflict of interest. My question is, where's all that money from redevelopment since it belongs to the council person? Where's that money at? Put that money back in the city of Fresno and all these enterprise folks up here working. They not working for you because you guys looking stupid, don't even know what the planning commission said. This is our department and this is our money. Thank you very much.
All right. Any other members of the public? Please step forward.
Good morning, President Brandow, Council. It's a pleasure to speak with you today. My name is Daniel Ward. I'm a Fresno State graduate, class of 2014. Proud Bulldog.
Daniel, that little button will raise that microphone for you a little bit.
There it is. I saw somebody move it earlier and didn't want to look like a fool and mess something up.
There you go.
So here we are. Again, thank you for your time. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the students, staff, faculty, and community living around and in Fresno State. Specifically with regards to safety at an intersection that is adjacent to campus. The intersection of Cedar Avenue and Bulldog Lane has for years been a trouble spot. By this I mean frequently we see accidents. We hear of accidents involving multiple vehicles, sometimes pedestrians. I do not have the statistics with me, and I sincerely wish I did have those for you today, but I'm speaking to you as a concerned citizen, as a Fresno State student who did have to commute to campus every day and who shares a concern about this intersection at Cedar Avenue and Bulldog Lane. The problem is there's not a left turn signal on northbound Cedar Avenue. It's in my understanding of the process, a very simple fix. There needs to be a left turn signal and the installation of a left turn mast arm for northbound traffic on Cedar Avenue at Bulldog Lane. Frequently, especially around rush hour, you have cars that are backed up a quarter of a mile all the way back to Shaw. It is the only exit for the major student lot on campus, and it's a serious concern. Most recently, and what prompted my action Actually, I served as a student senator last year at Fresno State and recognized that this was an opportunity to come before the city council to hopefully affect some change for my fellow students. But I digress. The incident I refer to was a motorcycle and motorcycle and car accident that happened at this intersection where a student was making a left turn on an unprotected green light. Again, that's the issue. You need to have a left turn signal in place. And a motorcycle rider tried to catch a green light, sped through, ended up having a very serious injury where he lost his right foot. And this student is going to be traumatized by that. The insurance premiums, all the negative things that can come from that is a serious concern. This is not an isolated event. This happens many, many times a year. Again, I wish I had the statistics for you today. I wasn't able to obtain those. As I understand it, the city is in the process of planning the design still, and I believe it's 65% complete, according to city engineer Scott Mosher. My concern is that this is an issue that I've heard about as a Fresno State student for many years. I can date this back to 4 years. And I would just encourage the city to take every action possible to bring forward some kind of proposal, if possible, to speed this up. If that isn't possible, I understand, but as a concerned Fresno State student and previous senator, I'd like to make my voice heard and hopefully lend some support. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Daniel. Moses?
I have to move this one down. I'm a lot shorter than Daniel, unfortunately. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Moses Menchaca. I'm currently the student body president at Fresno State. First, I wanted to commend Scott and the Public Works Department, as well as university administration and student leaders before myself. They've all worked together in order to secure funding for a left turn signal and see this issue and the solution to this issue come to fruition. That being said, I was recently informed that due to the limits of bureaucracy and all the paperwork that needs to happen, letters of endorsement, we're projected around next summer for this left turn signal to be completed. With that being said, I do understand that in times of dire circumstances and when tragedies occur, there's action that can take place. And every day that is a left turn signal is not in place is a day for another tragedy to occur. So any day that we can minimize the amount of time that is in place in order for action to take place, I think is commendable, and I think would have a great benefit to Fresno State students and the community. You should all have supporting documents from IFC, which is the governing body of fraternities. ASI passed a resolution unanimously representing over 23,000 students from Fresno State, as well as the Student Athletic Advisory Committee, because many student athletes use a crosswalk. I myself, having previously lived in the dorms, I guess late night trips going to Taco Bell, have often come close to accidents, been making a U-turn at that intersection. We've also had verbal support from the governing board of sororities, as well as from community leaders in El Dorado Park. Many of them having to use crosswalks or having to drive to and from that area have had close encounters to accidents. So we're seeing that this is a need and something that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And again, as like I said, it's expected to be done by late summer, but every day that we could bring that project coming to fruition closer is one less day that a tragedy can occur. So I do ask that City Council and does whatever they can do in order to make it faster and know that the students will have support, and we are willing to do whatever is necessary in order to ensure that this plan comes to fruition sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thanks, Moses. And again, you guys can return next week if you like. That's when we're actually going to be voting on that issue. Are there any other members of the public that would like to take advantage of unscheduled communication? All right. Then we are going to move into our general administration items. We're going to start with 2A. It's approve an agreement in the amount of $2,211,000 with the County of Fresno for Fire Department Emergency Dispatch. And Chief left, so.
Chief Donis had another meeting she had to attend, so.
Okay.
Ted Simonis, Deputy Fire Chief. Good morning, Council President, Council. The department would like to recommend we approve the 3-year agreement with Fresno County to provide emergency dispatch services for the fire department. We initially entered into this agreement in 2006. It's been a very beneficial agreement between the City of Fresno and the County Dispatch Center. In this agreement, we've implemented and they've agreed to all of the implemented changes that we've recommended to enhance the dispatch contract. So if there's any further questions or if you have any questions, I'll be here to answer.
Any members of the public like to address this issue?
My name is Barbara Hunt, 2475 South Walnut, Fresno, California. I approve this here because look at all these fires we got. That big old Del Monte plant, one little fire wagon up here. We had to get Clovis, Fresno County, everybody out here because City of Fresno is not doing our job. Mayor Ashley shouldn't be no controller because she's not doing our work for the City of Fresno. We supposed to have that those papers in a long time ago, last year, and we won't give one, can't get no trucks because the time limitation is up. What if that big courthouse out there catch on fire? What if this place catch on fire? Everything downtown is burning, and the people is tired. What you gonna do about it? We're not gonna do nothing because you're setting up there minding everybody else's business instead of taking care of the business of the City of Fresno. This is our job. They shouldn't have them old fire trucks. We shouldn't have no firehouses out here with nobody in them but 1 or 2 people with no trucks, broken down trucks, one ladder that don't work, have to pull a fire truck in. That don't make sense. Where's this money going? I want to have this place audited before she go and anybody else go to see where all of our money, because we've been getting billions of dollars for years. We got these enterprise folks up here that won't give us a dime and getting all of our money, and then we got to borrow money from them. Why don't they put some of this money in to help? They getting all the money, and you guys doing all the work. Are they paying you money? Are you working for the City of Fresno? Or are you working for these enterprise folks upstairs? Nationals, World Orders, Illuminatis, co-ops, all kind of groups running around out here. I want to know what's going on. And then I see the chief up here talking about that girl. They got trafficking going on, taking these kids, taking them every doggone where, and people working socialism, people working communism. We need some help around here. Yes, we need to have that fire department updated with the latest model of equipment. Yes, we need to tune in with with the people over here at the Board of Supervisors so we can get our money together, and Clovis too. Don't leave them out. City of Fresno is Clovis. City of Fresno don't even have a name. The name of City of Fresno is the Avenue. Y'all don't even know who y'all working for around here. You guys got to do better by this. If this place burned or anything burned, we don't have anything to use, and that's why we got to go to our neighbors to help us. Thank you very much.
Any other members of the public like to address this item? Councilman Capriolio.
Can I ask you a couple questions? On this particular situation, it's been going on since 2006?
Yes.
And has the county posted a financial stake in this agreement as well?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
Have they contributed funds to make this consolidation work?
I would imagine they have. The dispatch agreement that we have basically takes all of the fire department dispatching out of the hands of the City of Fresno and puts it in the EMS dispatch center, which is the center that dispatches both the ambulances and now Fresno Fire. They also have other fire agencies, one of which we have a mutual aid agreement with, Clovis. So that benefits us in the means that there's no time delay between getting dispatches for automatic calls and things like that. So there's one center for the EMS calls, there's one center for the fire calls, and since we do both EMS and fire, it's a mutually beneficial position for us to be in.
Yeah, I'm sure you found that all the independent agencies have come together to work very efficiently.
Yes, yeah, as a matter of fact, excuse me, since we've started with Fresno County Dispatch, the City of Clovis joined in, City of Sanger had then joined in, and most recently Kingsburg, Selma, the areas of Layton and Riverdale have also begun participation with the dispatch center there.
Excellent. This is, to me, a good illustration of consolidation and the effectiveness of it. And hopefully we can use this as a model for other agencies to get together and consolidate and make it more efficient for our city.
Yes,
and
it has been very beneficial for us.
Excellent. Thank you. I'd make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Morning, council members, council president. I'm Kevin Norgard with the Department of Public Utilities Wastewater Management Division. First, I need to read something into the record. It's a additional sentence to the environmental findings, and it should state, furthermore, staff has determined that none of the exceptions to categorical exemptions set forth in the CEQA guidelines sections 15.300.2 apply to this project. So the item before you has three actions that we're asking. The first is to adopt the 46th Amendment to the Annual Appropriations Resolution number 2013-98 to appropriate the funds. The second action is adopt a finding of Class 1 categorical exemptions pursuant to Section 15.301B and D of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. And finally is award a $6,367,960 contract as negotiated to Floyd Johnson Construction Company of Clovis, California, for the design and construction thereof. Basically, this project is to repair the first most critical building at the wastewater treatment plant. The plant combined is about a $6 billion plant. I mean, a $1 billion plant. This building is about 150 if we had to replace it, $150 million. This project is a $6 million project to get in there and do the work. The building treats approximately 55,000 gallons of water a minute, which is filling a couple of residential swimming pools every minute. So what's this project for? Internal to this building where the water flows is all made out of concrete and the coatings are failing. So one of the byproducts of the wastewater coming through is it's creating hydrogen sulfide gas, which attacks the concrete structure. The coating has failed, and now that was in there to protect this concrete, now the concrete is degrading to the point where it needs to be repaired. The only way to repair it is we have to bypass the entire building, and that's 80 million gallons a day, for 90 days while the contractor gets in there. They're going to blast out the old concrete, repair any rebar damage that's there, rebuild the concrete, and then put in a new, much more resilient coating that's 100% epoxy that should last for about 50 years at least. While they're in there, we are going to have them install two gates that will allow us to split the building in half so that in the future we won't have to bypass the building, so that we'll be able to work on half of it at a time. And one nice thing about this project is it is a local contractor that we respect and that we like. So if there's any further questions, I'll be available.
Would like to address this issue?
I was watching a cowboy movie and I missed that couch and hit the floor. John Wayne, when they was messing with those Indians running around there. On this one, we should really take heed to it because we get all of our water from everywhere, the farmers. If this thing crack and go any worse damage than what it is, all this farmland out there is going to be contaminated all around here. It's all going to, no more vegetables, no more food, no more. They're talking about using the water to clean up the water table so we can have more water for the valley. It's going to be a disaster. And I seen this come up before, maybe about a couple of weeks, a month ago, and like he said, we're doing it by sections. This is the most important thing outside of the fire department. The people can handle the police department because the police can take care of themselves. It's just turn them loose. They can handle their own business, believe me. We got warriors out here. They playing games around here. They don't know what they got out here. They need help. whatever we can do to help that sewage plant that's getting old, it's been there a long time, that big old, what you call it, like a ditch going through there, a concrete little ditch go through there, get the water, it takes it all the way back out. We got a park. How we get this park right there close to that place? We got this big old dump sitting out there, a big old dump, it can blow up any time. And then all that gas is pumped out of there. It's going back out in Clover somewhere out there on Central, going back out there. It's a mess out there. Before we started getting the state and the federal government out here to inspect that building and see what type of water is going through there, see what kind of drinking water we drinking out there, y'all gonna be in a world of trouble. And these people started getting sick around here, dying around here. Y'all gonna have so many lawsuits going around here, we're not gonna need you up here because we're gonna be owning this place. Yes, we need that work done. That's no money compared to what y'all gonna have to pay for liabilities if something happened. Bruce, you knows this. You on top of everything around here. I'm looking for you for these problems around here. I seen Andy Souza up here too. You know we talk about this. And I know you know what we need up here. And this is one of them. And he's coming up again to speak on this same issue for another one half of this project. And I'm going to get right back up here. And Sal, you know it too. Because y'all been here before. These other guys haven't been here long. That guy, District 7, he don't even have a district. That ain't even legal. We got a lawyer up here. He's real good. This guy's Scott Rose is a good lawyer. He's learning. Mr. Bong, he's out here. He's good. He got a lot of people out here in these fields, and I want to make them sure that they safe out here because them strawberries is the best strawberries that we have, and they ship them all over the world, and it's creating jobs. And those folks work hard out in them fields, harder than what y'all do. So what I want to see is whatever we can do for that plant, go out there. Go look at it. Take them old shoes off and look like me. I can dress up and look fine every day, but what should I do with my people out here wearing clothes like me? I'm wearing clothes like they wear every day. I can look like Queen of England if I want to. But y'all need to put your work clothes on, go out there and see what's going on with that dump and that sewage. That's very, very important. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Any other members of the public like to comment on this issue, this item, I mean? All right, Councilman Quintero.
Kevin, thank you for your report and thank you for pointing out that it's a local contractor. Really appreciate that. And with that, motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Kevin, I just wanted to thank both you and Steve for coming through my office. This was an item that we postponed a couple of weeks ago, if you remember, because we had been issuing lots of money out that day. I think we just stopped, put the brakes on, and we wanted to find out more about this one item, and you did a great review of what's going on. I'm fully supportive of that. Like Councilman Quintero, I really appreciate that we're using local contractors, and you illustrated to me yesterday how you're moving through the process to keep local contractors involved. So, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right, on to item C, actions pertaining to the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 100, and that's from our Personnel Services Department.
Memorandum of Understanding along with a side letter on pensions with IBEW Local 100, which represents craft workers. We're also asking you to approve a salary resolution which implements some of the terms. The city has not had an MOU like in 2012, the city imposed terms on the unit. It also includes a reduction of 2 personal holidays.
should be an easy one because I just got through talking about how much pension money they got coming out all the city of Fresno. We stress we out there at Woodward Park, and they get an empowerment zone out there. They don't even pay no taxes. And these people work here, and then they've been without money, and we're supposed to have them suffer and do without when we got billions of dollars sitting up in here. And those people upstairs, when we're helping them in the development utilities department, they should pay a part of this money too, because they don't only work for us, they work for them too. And Fresno Joint Powers Finance. They work with so many different departments around here, don't make sense. And the last one paid. No, you should help these folks. They got bills to pay. They got kids to feed. They want to enjoy stuff like y'all. They want to eat some crabs and lobster. They tired of eating noodles. Going to a second-hand store, trying to buy stuff that look good to come down here and help up. When y'all sitting around here, call yourself wearing a suit, and then the guy going to talk about in the Fresno Bee, how they got nerve. They can't even make a clean newspaper. That paper's so dirty, it don't make sense. Can't read it. Talk about somebody the way they look. How they going to talk about anybody? These folks trying to do a job running around here. Matter of fact, they're doing a job. And then I see their name back here when you guys go in closed session, and they always up in there. You guys should give them a wage, a steady salary, all the benefits, help. You guys got the health insurance here for yourself. You got billions of dollars around here for health. You guys got everything in here for these folks. Y'all shouldn't let these people won't be sorry and suffer around here, and y'all think y'all Queen Anne's son or somebody. You ain't no Prince Charles, nobody else. They don't own no America. They don't own nothing. We own this. We're in America. We are the only free country in the world. It's we the people, not y'all the people. Those kids want to grow up to be in school and colleges and go to school. They don't want to be out here in the line and can't even go to school because the teachers don't want to teach them what's right. They want to raise the bar. And the people talk about culture. I hear these people up here, the planning commission, talking about we got new culture. No, what about the people that's already here? I don't care what culture is. I got so many cultures in me. I don't know if I'm black, white, Mexican, but I know if you mess with me, I got African soup bone in me. So I don't care nothing about this here. We got to take care of our own folks. These are our folks. I don't care what they are. I don't care what color they are. They belong to us. It's we the people. Can't wear them old high heel shoes, them old little pretty dresses, switch around, try to bull crap everybody out their money like I see some people around here do. Think men's fall for them little traps. That's why Adam and Eve got in trouble the first time around here, biting that fruit when God told them don't bite that fruit, and he's going to bite it and mess up and curse everybody around this damn place. Feed these people. Put clothes on their back. Put money in there. Put food that we can eat, not something coming all the way across here contaminated, some old junk that ain't no good when we get to our table. We want some real food. That's all I want to say. We want what you guys eat. Getting fat around here off our money, that's our money up there. My taxes pay your check. Everybody around here taxes pay your check. Bruce got a big old Corvette. He need a new one.
Any other members of the public like to address this? Yes. Okay, cool. No problem. Awesome, thank you. Any other members of the public like to address this item on the IBEW contract? All right then. Any council members like to talk on this issue? Do I have a motion? Motion, and do I have a second? I have a motion and a... All in favor? All opposed? Nay. Motion passes 3-2. Council members Olivier and Brandow, no votes.
You need a majority vote.
Yeah, 3-2 is a majority vote.
No, you have. It needs to be 4.
Oh. Councilman Zhang, we just took a vote and we needed, it was unresolved because we need another voter.
Unresolved?
Yeah. Our city attorney said that. So. Okay, we'll do a revote to make it clean.
3-2.
All right.
3-2.
Councilman Zhang, this was on the IBEW contract that Ken just addressed us on. City Attorney is getting a legal question answered, so we're going to give her a minute or so to do that. Before we vote, yeah. All right, we're still waiting to get a legal question clarified, and so we're going to give our attorney a couple minutes to do that. All right. In that last vote, come to find out, all we needed was a simple majority, which we had, so that passes 3-2, as I first spoke. So we do not need to revote that issue. Thank you very much, Ken. Good job. We are on to item D. That's a bill for introduction, recommend amendment of subsection of a section of the Fresno Municipal Code, and that's from our attorney's office.
Ordinance to allow the independent hearing officer to hear appeals from citations that would currently go to the building commission. The reason why we're asking for this amendment today is because the building commission hasn't been active for years. This just gives the city the option authorizing the administrative hearing officer that are currently being issued.
Thank you. Any members of the public like to address this recommended change to the building code, to the municipal code, excuse me?
Responsibilities on them, and I think this should be thought about real over, so you'll understand what goes on. I would say, if you have been at work, have been any research. God gonna take care of us all. So the same judgment we use on somebody else.
Thank you, Barbara.
If you approve it, make sure that the people have a right to be heard. You guys not let the people be heard. The building inspectors go out and say what they want to say. They change the code a day before they. The people haven't had a voice up here. It's not.
Any other members of the public like to address this item? All right. Any council members? Do I have a motion to approve? So moved. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Tay. All right, I think that completes, unless I'm missing anything, the public section of our agenda today. And when we come back from lunch, we will begin budget hearings, and we will begin with an overview of the general budget. So thank you very much. We'll be here after lunch. And we are removing an amendment. We are removing the closed session item from today's agenda. Thank you. We have 4 of us here, so we're good to go. We're going to begin our afternoon budget hearings, and we're starting with the whole general fund overview. And I think Jane, who's leading this? Yep, that's what I thought. So if you could get our afternoon started, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah. Hard-working guy.
All right. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. This is the opening of the public hearing for the FY15 budget. Today we will start with the general fund overview, and then we will move on to the department reviews. Those will be handled today and the first 3 days of next week. The first thing that I would like to do before we start off on anything is to thank my staff. They are Henry Fierro, Sharon McDowell, Pedro Rivera, Scott Matzenbacher, Ellie Rubio, and Elise Munoz. They have done a very challenging job under very difficult circumstances, and I would like to thank them for their effort and for their contributions and for their dedication. The city is very lucky to have such a group. I would also like to thank the departmental staff that is out in the departments for their contributions, because obviously they did a lot of the grunt work in getting the numbers to us so that we could get them to you. So a big thanks to you. The format for the reviews will be the same as last year. I will present an overview of the department's budget, hitting the highlights, as it were. If any council member has any specific questions concerning the department's operations, etc., the department director will be here to answer those questions. Just to remind the council, a couple of administrative notes, that if council members wish to make motions, they may do so at any time during the hearing. The motion must get a second to be recorded by the clerk's staff and by my own. We'll be keeping track of those and distribute those motions each at the end of each day. The motions will be voted on June the 16th per the calendar. Any requests for information will also be recorded, and the information will be sent through my office, through the city manager's office, and then to each individual council member. So, with that taken care of, the general fund overview starts on page A33 of your budget book. You want to turn to that page, if you will. The ongoing revenues for the general fund for FY15 total $281,900,000. This is approximately 3% higher than FY14 adopted, and just a little over 0.5% higher than 14 estimate. The primary cause is the increased estimate for the charge for services and the greater than budgeted property taxes. As you can see, the total resources total $286 million. This includes a carryover from this current fiscal year, FY 2014, which is estimated at $4.5 million. This carryover is higher than the March estimate that was presented to you, primarily due to lower loan repayments. Increases in revenues over the next 5 years, and the 5-year projection can be found on page A43. That contains the 5-year numbers. As far as the revenues go, the projections vary from 1 to 2.5%, with a few exceptions due to one-time events. These are conservative projections. There are several unknowns with regards to revenues that we are facing in the short term. The health of the recovery, obviously, and the effect on the assessment values is one very big one. The effects of the drought on both the sales tax receipts, the property receipts, and the request for services. and the effect specifically on sales tax, the effect of internet sales to sales tax revenue, because as we all know, that is an ever-growing part of our economy. And while we do retain some of that sales tax revenue, we do not retain nearly as much as if somebody actually physically bought something within the city of Fresno. So, the largest three categories of general fund revenue are property tax, sales tax, and charges for services. And together they represent approximately 77% of total general fund revenues. The property tax, and I'll cover each one of these very briefly. The property tax estimate for FY15 is $108 million. This is including the RDA increment. This totals 38% of total general fund revenues. This reflects a growth rate of 2.8% over FY14 estimates. Out-year estimates are at 2% a year. I must remind the council that property tax isn't just one number. There are several different types of property tax that are brought together under that title. There's the real secured number, which is the primary number that is affected by assessment values. This is by far the largest item within that property tax category at about $57 million. But there are also unsecured taxes, delinquent tax penalties and interest, supplemental rolls, property tax override. All of these are different types of property taxes, and not all of them are affected by the assessed value of property. The number also reflects an estimate of the impact of the increasing, speaking of assessed values. Meetings were held during the budget process with the county assessor. Mr. Dictos was very, very helpful in bringing estimates of what he believes to be the increase in the overall assessed values for the city of Fresno. These were, of course, estimates at the time, but taking that into account, we did increase our property tax by approximately $2.5 million to account for what we hope will be his increase in his estimate in assessed values. One other note about assessed values, that does not impact directly the amount of property tax we get. It affects the amount of the bill people get. It does not affect the amount of the bill people pay. So just to understand that there is a connection, but it is not direct and it is somewhat tenuous. Our delinquency rates, according to the county, have been decreasing over the last few years, so that has been an encouraging sign. They've gone from a high in 2008 of about 4.5% down to the latest numbers we have, which is for 12-13 of about 1.6%. So that is a definite positive trend that we see as the foreclosure market gets cleaned out and the tax bills and the delinquent tax bills are actually paid. The RDA increment numbers that are shown on the schedule there on page A33 are per the successor agency schedule. They were kind enough to provide us with an estimate for each one of those periods. In addition, the 5-year also contains the increment, and that is also from the successor agency. Sales tax. Sales tax is estimated in FY15 at $76 million, which is about 3.8% higher than FY14 adopted and 2.5% higher than FY14 estimates. Sales tax is about 27% of all of our revenues. The largest categories, as tracked by Muni Services, who are the consultant that we use in order to assist us in gathering all the sales tax revenue that we have. According to them, the largest single categories that we have in sales tax are general retail, transportation, which includes service stations, and food products, which include restaurants. The latest information that we have indicates that for the fourth quarter of 2013, which was the holiday quarter of 13, it encompasses the Christmas holiday, city building services and new auto sales had the largest single gains in those two in sales tax. Service stations and department stores, unusually, had the biggest declines. This was primarily due to the increased price of gas around that point in time, and also to, again, as I referred to a little earlier, losing sales to the internet, and we are also losing sales to other communities within the Central Valley. There are several large new stores that have opened up in these rural communities, and the individuals out there no longer have to travel to Fresno now. They can stay home and shop. And so that is definitely taking a bite out of our department store sales. There are two components of the sales tax, at least as of right now. One is the monthly sales tax allocation from the state. The other is the triple flip. These are the last couple of years of this particular function. 2004, part of Proposition 57 called for the state to pay off the recovery bonds with a quarter-cent sales tax that they used to give to the city. In recompense of taking our sales tax, they gave us a little bit more property tax. This is scheduled to end in FY16 and 17, and then we'll go back to getting just plain sales tax once a month. The one thing that the triple flip always did for us is it damaged our cash flow, because unlike sales tax, which comes in at a monthly clip, the triple flip came in, as property tax does, twice a year. So the state got to hold on to it for 6 months and then give it to us. So they got the benefit of the interest earnings, not us. That, fortunately, as I said, will end in FY16 and 17, and we'll go back to just getting straight sales tax, at least as of right now. For the out year, sales tax is estimated to grow at about 2.5%. There are a couple of bumps in 16 and 17 to account for the true-ups that we are expecting as the triple flip ends. There will be some repayments from the state of monies that were taken from us up front, and so we expect to get those back. And so that is a one-time event that is bumping those revenues up in those particular years. It then reverts down to a 2.5% growth rate. The third largest category that we have in Fresno are charges for services. These are the revenues that the city has the most control over. They're the ones that are charged by the various general fund departments. They are 12% of total general fund revenues. About 50% of these revenues come from the Department of Development and Resource Management. The rest come from Public Works, Parks, PD, and Fire. These are comprised of virtually anything you can imagine. Permit fees, inspection fees from DARM, Public Works, and Fire, plan check, review fees, vehicle release fees, our share of the vehicle code fines, code enforcement and parking revenues, gate and league fees from parks, and a good many more. The estimate for FY15 is currently $33 million. This is lower than the March update number that we showed you back then of $34.2 million. We had the departments go back and with another month's worth of actual data go back and reconfirm those numbers to make sure that we were as accurate as we could possibly be. And several of the departments wanted to be a little more conservative with their revenue numbers. And so they wanted to drop those revenue numbers based upon additional actual data that they were seeing that of a possible slowdown in some of their revenues coming in. And so that was basically why we went ahead and dropped those estimates as we did. In the out years, the growth is a conservative 2%. In 15, we are growing about 1.2% over 14 estimates. Again, this is the one category that the departments have a great deal of control over. They are the ones that see the revenue trends, and they are the ones that tell us where they think those revenues are going to go, both in the short term and the longer 5-year window. One thing that I do want to note in this category is hydrants maintenance fees. You'll be hearing more about that with both water and with fire. The hydrants maintenance fees were fees that were charged by fire to the water division for the inspections of the hydrants. The ISO came by, I believe it was this year, and indicated that the hydrants do not need to be inspected twice a year, but only once a year. And so that decrease in revenue to the general fund of about $600,000 has been included in next year's budget and in the 5-year plan. You will see a like savings in the water division when you review their budget because they're not going to be getting charged as much. Quickly over the other revenues. Business license estimate is $17 million for FY15. Growth is about 1% over estimates. This is the first year of the new semi-annual billing collection cycle, and it is still tracking for the estimate. We are confident that we will reach our estimate numbers. Same with room tax, again, growing of about 2.5% over 14 estimates for next year, about 9.9 million, and we are on track to meet our 14 estimate number. Franchise taxes, which is comprised of various line items, most specifically the franchisees from Comcast, AT&T, and PG&E, commercial solid waste, and the roll-off bins. All of these total about 11.9 million, and we anticipate that those numbers will be met both in 14 and 15. Finally, intergovernmental revenues down from 14 estimates due to reimbursement for fire services in 14 that are not in 15. This is a very variable category because this particular item in particular, because we don't know when the fire department's going to be called upon to assist in statewide fires. We are, of course, reimbursed for our expenses, and this is where it shows up. Amounts in 16 and 17, as you'll note possibly, are lower due to the ending of the SAFER 13 grant, which has also been taken into consideration in the 5-year plan. A few notes about appropriations coming down to the middle section, or expenditures. They total $261 million above 14 estimates. The majority of this increase lies in employee services. The category percentage changes over the 5-year projection vary according to any known circumstances at the time and anticipated changes. Employee services specifically, as you'll note on page A38, are up approximately $9.5 million from FY14 estimates and about $13 million from FY14 adopted. This has many causes to it. Some of the larger ones that I can list for you are increases due to contract requirements. There's approximately $2.7 million due to a contract increase for next year. We have a little over $1 million due to some police officers coming back from the airports department back into the general fund. We have almost $1 million for a full year of the positions that were added during this year, the cadets that were added, the emergency services dispatchers were added. We also have some additional monies that have been put in there for SAFER 13 because we accepted that grant, and now that's coming into a full year of life. We also have additional monies for new positions that several departments are requesting, specifically in the police department, fire department, parks, and public works. In the 5-year forecast, the increases in this category vary significantly according to MOU requirements that are even now in effect and anticipated increases in public safety staffing in FY17 and 18. Health and welfare costs are up from FY14 adopted, again, primarily due to the positions that I referenced just earlier. I won't get into a whole lot more of that. The category, though, is a bit more complex now since we do have varying degrees of participation in the health and welfare plan. No longer is it a straight 80-20 across all bargaining units. Now there are different percentages, so it is somewhat more of a challenge to track and to calculate this category. But I think that we've done a very, very good job of trying to keep track of exactly how much is going where and for what. So those amounts total for general fund, the total health and welfare for city, for the general fund is approximately $17 million for next year. The total citywide is approximately $35 million next year. One note to note, though, is the cost for the health and welfare plan did not change for 15. The retirement contribution number, this number is almost entirely a function of the actuarial review that is done by the retirement boards. FY15 is the first year of a step-in impact on the decrease of the rate of return. That is from 8 to 7.5%. The board has indicated that that will be done over the course of the next 3 years. This takes into account increase in staffing over the 5-year. The rates now vary with the MOU changes that we've made, and the growth factors in the out years are between 2 and 3%. Operations and maintenance, again, up slightly from FY14 estimate. 1% increase is what's been dialed in the 5-year. This is where a lot of the new machinery and new equipment is placed. There's the council infrastructure money is also in this category. There are several items here that used to be in the asset forfeiture fund. That fund is now in some fiscal distress, and so some of those very critical expenses have now been placed in the general fund, specifically for buy funds and for ammunition. Code will also be asking for some additional monies for demolition projects, which they wish to undertake. That money is all in here as well. So it is a very varied category and contains a great many of the requests from the departments and for the improvements that we hope to make over the coming year. The interdepartmental charges, that increase of $2 million achieves the replenishment of the SIR, the $3 million self-insurance fund, our deductible basically. That is now and will be continue to be fully funded. We have lease payments for police vehicles, both the ones that we purchased this year and another 50 that we will be purchasing next year. We have the lease payments for those, as well as replacement vehicles for fire and for parks. Computer replacement needs are also within there, primarily due to the upgrade to Windows 7, but also due to the end of life cycle of a good many of our electrical systems. And there is a 1% increase in the out years. The final category, and the final part of my presentation, just about, is transfers, the debt service. The detail for the citywide debt service can be found starting on page A12. There is a complete listing of all the debt service within the city on A12. The general fund debt service is on page A47. The total debt service for the general fund in 15 is about $35 million. Total general fund debt is about $650 million. The total city obligations we have are about $1.38 billion. 53% of that is backed by enterprise funds. The transfers do not include the POB, the pension obligation bonds, or fire impact bond or lease payments. Those are paid through departmental charges. One thing I do want to point out in the debt service is there are no transfers in FY15 to assist parks or fire impact bond payments in the next year. We keep very close track of those impact fees, and it was determined that those fees could be or would be sufficient to pay off the bond payments this next coming year, and so there is no general fund subsidy that is necessary for either one of those bond payments in the coming year. You will see a slight drop-off in the debt service in 17. That is because the streetlight debt service will be paid off in that year. The drop in FY19 is due to the Blosser payment dropping off. And then also in 18, the gap settlement will be paid off. And so we're slowly getting rid of a few of them. So anyway, that pretty much describes the transfers. We are continuing to acquire a reserve for the 27th pay period, which will happen in FY17, and we will continue to do that to help offset those additional costs. One last thing that I would like to mention is the general fund reserve, and you can find that on page A43, which is really the start of the 5-year. The mayor made mention of it in her presentation. The balance as of right now in the general fund reserve is approximately $1.5 million. The proposed growth over the next 5 years is primarily funded by the repayment of RDA loans. Now, these loans are ones that the city made to the RDA over the course of the last 30 plus years. The timing of this payback is unknown because we must first get the Department of Finance to buy off on the loan amount and which ones are substantiated and which ones are not. The fact that we will get paid back, I do not believe, is in question. It is a matter of when we get paid back, and the amount of the repayment is calculated via a formula. The repayments used in the 5-year projection that you see on A43 are from the successor agency. The remainder of the increase in the reserve over the next 5 years comes from the estimated surpluses at the end of each of the next 5 fiscal years. One final note that I should point out to you, that I feel I should point out to you, the FY15 proposed amounts have been budgeted in the Emergency Reserve Fund. This fund is restricted with regard to the conditions under which it can be used. It may only be used under a fiscal emergency or a great economic need by the city. So, with that, council members, that concludes my general fund overview. If you wish, I would be glad to answer any questions, or we can go straight to the department reviews. Okay.
And then let me remind the audience that, yeah, now it is. I think, is it now? Okay. So members of the audience, Jane is giving an overview, and then we're going to go into each department. And then when you hear the different departments come up, you can comment after that presentation and before council. So, but for this one, this is the overview, and Councilman Brand, you're starting us off.
Well, thank you for all your hard work, Jane, in the past few years. This is encouraging. We're not, retracting anymore. We're actually starting to come back. Has any consideration been made regarding the impact of the drought that's going on right now? Because I know in the smaller communities, they're being devastated. And I know eventually, since ag is such a big part of our economy, that if this continues another year or two, it's eventually going to ripple into Fresno in terms of banks and all the related transportation and so on that is connected to agriculture. And I would see it primarily going to be probably reflected in sales tax and some of the other deals. So has that even been considered? Or?
Yes, it has. That's one of the reasons why after the triple flip is actually over, the final death throes of it will be in 17. After that, I have programmed in only a 2.5% increase in sales tax. Muni Services is a little bit more enthusiastic about the possible sales tax increases, but I have chosen to go lower because I have some doubts about the validity of some of our growth and how strong it is and how long it can go on, because it is so influenced by so many other factors, and the fact that the 3 largest categories that we have of sales tax are extremely volatile categories, and they vary so much with the price of gasoline or the amount of money people have in their pockets to go shopping in department stores or go out to restaurants. And so much of our economy and so much of that base of that sales tax is based on that highly volatile piece of information. You're absolutely right. Those are the ones that would be most affected by a drought.
Okay. And I think our employee concessions factored in on the cost of the employee services?
Yes, they are. There are some contract concessions, and you can see those actually on the presentation on page A33. I believe it's also on page A.
You've got $1.3 million for FY 2015.
Right, and then on page A46 there's the 5-year, and that also contains contract savings, and that does represent certain concessions that we are anticipating, at least at this moment, anticipate getting from the bargaining units.
Okay, and on capital expenses, I mean, I realize some of the stuff may be in some of the other line items, but in fact, I didn't even see a capital improvement program in the budget book. A list of capital.
Actually, there is actually. There's a tab called the Capital Improvement Summary.
What's the title of it?
Capital Improvement Summary. It's one of the larger tabs. It starts actually on page C1. It's after all of the department narratives.
Okay, all right.
And it starts there with an overview of the capital improvement program.
Well, I'm looking at on page 33, and it has under capital replacement 0.
Oh, that particular capital replacement is 0 because it is found within the other categories.
Okay.
That was simply a holding area for the money to identify it to be used. But once it was identified for the use of vehicles or building repairs or new roofs or something of that case, then it was actually moved primarily into operations and maintenance and ID charges where the departments could actually use it.
Okay, so in departmental charges or, no, okay, all right.
Right.
And then on risk management, what's our current deductible we're working with right now? Is it $2.5 million?
I believe it's $3
On risk
Yeah, it's $3 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's gone up a little bit, right?
I believe it has stayed steady over the past few years.
Okay. And then the final question, I think, and I think I see it here, on last year we put about $1 million in a contingency. Does that carry over, or do we have to re-vote that?
That was carried over. That was basically placed in the general fund, but in a contingency line item where it had to be brought to council in order to be used. That is basically a part of 15's build.
Okay. So if we don't use it, it automatically rolls over then, right?
It rolls over as a part of the carryover. If you wish to break it out as a part of a reserve, then you would have to make that motion to do so again.
Okay, if not, it just becomes a generic part
Correct.
of the overall budget.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. You had addressed asset forfeiture rather quickly. Could you give me a little more information on that?
I can. I know that the chief will be here during his hearing and will be able to address a lot more of those questions in a great deal more detail. But my own knowledge of it is that in prior years they had a tremendous amount of activity that was able to build that fund up. And so it was able to assume a lot of responsibilities and pay for a lot of things that the general fund used to pay for, like buy funds, like guns and ammunition and other types of equipment for the police department. And so when the general fund fell on hard times, the asset forfeiture fund was able to come to the police department's assistance. Now, however, with various organizational changes, they are not receiving as much money into the asset forfeiture fund. It is declining in its balance, and so it can no longer support as much as it used to.
Is that because the other agencies are taking more of the funds? Or?
I don't believe so. I think it's more a matter of the level of activity that is being affected.
Crime is being
that
reduced.
affects the amount of stuff that they can use to buy to get revenue for that fund.
That would be crime reduction in specific areas?
Mm-hmm. I would not be able to tell you that. I'm sure the chief, though, has that detailed.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, and thanks for your whole department doing a lot of hard work throughout the year.
Thank you.
And I know it's your time to shine, so we appreciate everything.
Yeah, I try to keep a low profile. I believe the city attorney's office will be next, and I believe he is ready to give his presentation.
Hello, Council. I provided you a handout that I'll be referring to in a little bit. Move this up. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to serve in the last year. It's been a great year. It's been very busy in this role. You never know what's coming. We've had a lot of work on water issues. We've had the work with the general plan that only comes up once every 10 years or so. And then as development has come back in the city, that's a lot more work for our office too. In this last budget, our office cut about $500,000 from our budget. It had already been cut about $1.5 million in years past before that. We have the fewest number of positions over this last year than the office has had in over 20 years. Yet I think we've still gotten the same amount of work done that we have in years past. Last year when our budget was approved and we cut some positions, we were asked to take a look and study whether or not it would make sense to strategically add some back that might actually save the city money and serve the clients better, and we have done that. During this last year, we have also replaced a management analyst with a lawyer. That move saved $30,000 and also provided more direct service to the clients. We have an additional lawyer who is working in with planning issues and with BFF type issues. With that savings, we did provide some targeted equity adjustments for some of the lawyers in the office. Even with the cuts that we've taken over the last year, it looks like we'll project to finish this fiscal year with about a $100,000 budget. So we'll come in about $100,000 under budget for the end of the year. We're able to do this because we have a great group of lawyers in the office. What's fun about this position is that I don't have to be Matt Cain. I'm Bruce Bochy. The Matt Cains and Buster Posies are back here, our management team, and the rest of the lawyers in the office. They're the ones out there hitting home runs and throwing perfect games and those sorts of things. And that's how we are able to get the work done with fewer lawyers than we've had in the past. Turning to the handout, page 3 of the handout, the budget and expenditures, it's basically a status quo budget that's being proposed now. We've worked closely with the administration and budget and what we came up with, and what we are proposing is targeted to actually save the city more money when you combine in-house lawyer costs as well as contract counsel costs. The actual appropriation goes up about $250,000 to $300,000, but we believe because of that the city will actually save about $350,000. The way we are able to do that is if we were to send litigation to a contract counsel, that contract counsel costs a minimum of about $200 per hour. Multiply that by about 1,500 billable hours per year, that's $300,000. We can do that same work in-house for a total, including benefits, of about $120,000. So for each litigation position that we can keep in-house and not send that work out, it saves about $180,000. We are proposing to fund 2 litigation positions to do that, so the total is what the savings would be. The thinking there is, for example, if you were to operate your car at a cost of about 50 cents per mile total, would it make sense to sell your car and take taxis at $2 a mile? That's roughly what we're talking about here. So we believe that if we can refund these 2 positions, that will actually save the city money. With that savings, we are proposing to use a portion of it to provide some additional promotions and equity adjustments within the office, a total fund of about $50,000 to do that. Turning the page, the contract counsel costs. Contract counsel costs are not within our budget, but we believe it's our responsibility to control those. Over the past years, it's been, we went back and checked, and it's difficult to track from year to year, apples and apples, what our contract counsel costs have been. So this year, we actually laid out all of them with discrete categories, so at least going forward, we can track them. We believe that the total is about in line with the total of outside counsel costs in years past. If you will look at the litigation items, those are typical of years past. Except we believe we have achieved some savings there. The one item that really stands out is the labor item, a total of $642,000. That is very unusual. A lot of that was work that was done in the previous fiscal year that was then billed and paid for during the current fiscal year. Law firms, as you know, they bill. They send us the bill about 30 days after they do the work, and then it takes time for the city to actually process those bills and make the payments. So a big portion of the $642,000 you see there for labor was actually incurred in the prior year when we were looking at some fiscal emergency type of issues that are no longer being looked at. So we believe that with what we've proposed with the litigation positions in-house, we can knock another $350,000 or so off of those total costs. Looking at the highlights, I don't want to go through all the details there, but I just wanted to highlight that even with a 12% reduction, we were still able to get a lot of work done in the office. We have concluded litigation against some other public entities, and part of that was due to following up with a Litigation Management Act and taking a different approach to some things and being more efficient about how we're going about things. Goals and challenges going forward. The bottom line is the last line of what I put there. Over the next year, What I'd like to see is that with a lot of the newer lawyers we have brought on, they will have increased skill and efficiency. So what we would like to do is provide better response times for our clients and continually be able to improve our quality and turnaround time. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Are there any members of the public that would like to make a comment on this item on the city attorney's budget review?
Cowboy Bob on his leg over here. Well, from what I'm seeing, our attorney is doing an excellent job. The problem is you all, some of you, well, you were new. He's been here on the planning commission a long time, Mr. Paul. Mr. Brand been out there about 17 to 13 years on the planning commission. You're new. You just coming here, and your district is new too, so it's a lot you still have to learn. And Mr. Baines, he's been here, but he had to learn too when he first came in, because he had to learn. And Mr. I call him Mr. Bone, as I see him, and he's doing excellent on his job, and he's come a long ways. He came in fighting, and I admire him for it. And Miss Yvonne, she's keeping up with you all's learning process. But we're a team. Everybody fills in the place. Where he see that you need help at, the city attorney, he comes in, just like Hilda, just like Rebecca, the rest of them that was before you, they all come in and everybody chipped in. But what I want everyone to do is, instead of spending money for outside help, like Swearingen did, $800,000 for this person up in Los Angeles, and then their own personal attorney, a lot of money that we didn't need. We can discuss these issues ourselves, trust our in-house attorneys, put them to work, let them go out and do research like I do, and then they probably come up with a better solution and save more money for the city than hiring outside attorney, because we own probably half of them out there anyway. But what I'm seeing here now, his job is to be at your service, because you're the boss for him. You can hire him and fire him anytime you get ready to. But his job is to keep you guys informed, everything that goes on, whatever you need to know, what you don't know, you're supposed to go straight to him. Not to the people that you're talking to out here, just to him, because he is your city attorney. So other than that, the money, he's saving money. The girls in the office, I go and check on them once in a while in there. They're very nice. Hilda, when she left here, they put me in the back room back there, and I said good words about her on camera. She came back here and showed everyone. So I think we just got to stick together as a group here at City Hall and make sure that everything goes right. Because we got too many outside departments. Everybody got their own agenda. We have to keep up with all the money of the city of Fresno. Wherever's money like redevelopment, they owed us $50 million. We got $280 million we sent to what's this hospital out there, St. Agnes, for them to spend the way they want to, all the way up and down the line. We got to hold on, hold on to the city of Fresno's money, because it's your money. It's our money. Anybody can come up here and tell you anything they want just to get the money, see how you're going to react. But you got to use your mind and your brain and do what God put you there to do to take care of us. Thank you.
Any other members of the public like to comment on the city attorney's budget review? All right, then, Councilman Brand.
A few years ago, city attorney, we had a contract compliance staff member that would track down like lease expirations and contracts. That was defunded, right, a few years ago?
I think about 2 years ago it was defunded, yes.
Okay, and is that contemplated? It's not contemplated in this budget?
That's not included in this budget. We have begun some discussions with the manager's office as to whether it makes sense to bring that back and combine the function of that position with responding to PRA requests.
Right.
It might be a good combination.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that we, but whether it be through the city manager's office, which may be appropriate, or your office, or that we consider that, because the way I understood it, and I know from when I did the Asset Management Act that there's a lot of, you can spend $100,000 on a staff person that may save $200,000 or $300,000 by making sure the city implements lease increases and certain contract provisions that they don't do. So I'll talk to you later about that. But Can I make motions now, or is it?
Yes.
Okay, then what
You
would
can
you
make
say we
motions
would
anytime.
need to have to fund that position?
That's a paralegal function, approximately $60,000 to $70,000 total, including benefits.
Okay, and that would include the overhead too?
That's right.
And would it be more appropriate to be in the city manager or your office, that position?
If it's a paralegal, it would be appropriate to have it in our office.
Okay, I'll make a motion then that we allocate $70,000 to the city attorney's office specifically for a paralegal that would do contract compliance work. Second?
Oh, yes, second.
Okay, thank you. And I know that over the last 3 or 4 years, we've always discussed and debated this graffiti enforcement. Now, we're still doing that, correct?
We are not doing graffiti.
Okay.
The position was funded for about 5 years, and we did it. The way we were able to prosecute graffiti, because it's under state law, we had to be deputized by the district attorney to do that. Okay. Then there was 1 year where the funding was interrupted, and we weren't doing it. Then it was refunded. We went back, and we approached the district attorney's office, and she denied us the ability to be deputized to do it.
Okay. Okay. The final question, the Labor Management Act was passed last year. Based on your estimates, how much money do you think that saved the city?
We estimate...
Sorry, the Litigation Management Act.
Right, litigation.
Yeah.
With doing the RFP for different litigation firms to help us, we found firms to do it at a lower hourly rate. We've had firms that are doing the same types of litigation but charging much fewer hours. We believe the total is around $500,000 to $600,000 per year.
Okay. Well, something works then. All right, thank you.
Right. With Councilman Brand's motion, let me just remind the public, anybody watching at home, that we can make motions throughout the budget process, and then final motions will be made next week, and then we will vote on those at the end. So we gather all the motions now. We don't vote on them individually like on a normal council meeting. So with that, yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. So you're not up, so interesting. Yeah, it's not working, so you're just going to have to.
Can you put me on the list?
Yes, I will. Councilman Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for your presentation, and wanted to say that it's been that I really appreciate the accessibility of all of your staff, actually, and the response times too, and getting information timely to our different offices is needed, and that's from top to bottom in your office, and it's it just seems that each attorney that I've worked with since I've been here, the head attorney, which was Hilda, Jim, yourself, it just seems like we keep taking it another step up. So I really want to congratulate your staff as well, and the paralegals, the secretaries, everything. They're all just they do a great job, and it's really appreciated too, especially getting the response times, and then also your personal accessibility as well. Really appreciate it. And
thanks.
I'd like to make a motion to approve your budget, and then that one would go for the final, right? So I accept this budget and approve it. So we'll do the final one next. Thank you. Correct. Yeah. Well, with your amendment, absolutely.
All right. Councilman Zhang.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick follow-up on the graffiti. I know that, do you think there'll be a change in terms of the new district attorney, or does it make a difference?
We know there's going to be a change. I don't know. In fact, we could seek Lisa out right now and see what she thinks about it.
Okay. And so what type of impact have we looked at it? I know it's going to be some additional cost if we went that route. Is there going to be an additional cost to it? What's the cost saving if we went that route?
Well, the prosecution of graffiti is a team effort. It can't be done only by our office. It has to begin with either code enforcement, the police department. They have to be staffed up to do it also. I think they're finding some success with just painting over it.
Okay.
That they achieve a lot of success doing that. But so if you were to fund a position in our office, it would require funding other positions in code enforcement or the police department to do it also.
Okay. At this particular point, based upon what you're just saying, the cost savings, and then what would it mean for additional, whether it's attorney or other peripheral services that come?
So for a lawyer in our office to perform that function, it would be a total of about $100,000 per year, including benefits.
Do you think we need something like that right now based upon what we're seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe the police chief or the manager could tell you that. I really don't know.
All right. Maybe it's a good question to ask the chief, huh? And I'll just end with this. The summary that you've been providing, I appreciate that. That does give us, at least me, a quick look as to some of the things that's on the agenda, or at least that's on the burner. And that helps, especially with all the things that we're trying to do, to pay close attention to it. So I would continue. I would look for you to continue to be doing that. And then my only last request is, especially if there's we know that there are some hot items or sensitive items. At least for me, I do appreciate you coming and just specifically talking about that before it gets onto our open here, so that we can, if there's any immediate questions that can be asked right there before we come out. So I appreciate that. And I want to thank the team for through all the changes and the tremendous amount of work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Baines.
And I'll make my comments brief. I'm in support of the recommendations you asked for. I think bringing a couple of attorneys into the office would make it a little more efficient. Probably save us a little money in contract counsel. I think we all always have a little heartburn over that number every year, so I appreciate that. And just want to generally say, I certainly support all of the work that your office does, Doug, and I think you're doing a fine job of running. I think it's very efficient. You have a tremendous team, and we certainly recognize that. And we also recognize the support staff in that office as well, that makes it run together. So I just wanted to give your entire office, your tremendous management team, the efficiency that you run, and all of your support staff, kudos. It's a well-run operation.
Thank you.
Councilman Olivier. Clint, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I guess if you could refresh my memory, City Attorney, and bring me through the demise of the prostitution. It was the prostitution and graffiti prosecutor position, right? And this went out. It wasn't fiscal year 14. It was fiscal year 13 that was defunded, or
actually we had two different positions doing that.
Okay.
We had one position that was devoted probably 80 to 90% to graffiti, and another position that was solely devoted to municipal violations of every type, including prostitution.
This is kind of what Councilmember Zhang was talking about.
Right. There were two different positions.
Okay.
And they eventually were both defunded. Yes.
Okay. And so there's currently this office is doing nothing to prosecute the crime of prostitution, human trafficking.
I don't know if there are occasions.
Is that what Mr. Flores used to do, right? And now he's...
He was prosecuting solicitation, misdemeanor.
Right.
If it gets to the level of prostitution, it's a felony.
Okay, so solicitation is mostly what he did, and your office no longer is engaged in any of that.
Our police legal advisor does some of it, depending on whether or not the police department is actually citing for it, which with the decrease in police officers, they're not doing that.
Okay.
Unless it's right.
Okay.
In other words, whatever cases were brought, we will prosecute. But I think it's way down from what it used to be.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Brand.
You mentioned the current DA did not want to deputize our people.
Right.
Now that it's apparent there's going to be a new DA, do you want to maybe consider talking to that, the new DA elect?
Yeah, if we had a position authorized, or I could explore that first and then come back at some point and report what she says, yes.
Is that okay?
Of course, that wouldn't be until
I realize that,
next January.
Until January, but since there may be a change of policy.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you. Being an attorney for a substantial period of time, I've dealt with many attorneys, and I want to join with everyone else commending you and your staff, because you are my attorneys. I'm very proud to say that, because you're outstanding, and your support staff is as well. So thank you for all you do for us. I'd also like to, Steve and I on the Litigation Reduction Committee would like to take some credit for this, but it totally rests with you and your team. Yeah, you've done an outstanding job with your budgeting and figuring that out. With code enforcement, under your highlights, it's provided significant code enforcement support. Is that working out well, or do we need to fund that with more money on our code enforcement issues?
Of the 2 litigation positions we are proposing to refund, a portion of that function would be code enforcement, where it rises to the level of litigation. We go into court to get an injunction against a bad operator or owner, that kind of thing.
Let us know if you need more money for that. I think it's really important for our citizens and our neighborhoods in particular. And then I would encourage you to engage in discussions with a new district attorney. I think she's very open to ideas and ways to help our city as well as our county. And if you need some assistance in that, I'd like to help you out if I can.
Okay, will do.
All right, thank you.
All right, screen is clear. Thanks, Doug, for your presentation today. Good job.
Thank you, everyone.
And next, we have our city clerk and her budget presentation. She's going to give a quick overview and bring us up to speed.
The city clerk has asked that I just give a very brief overview of the numbers part of the budget, and this will be fairly quick. The city clerk's office is, of course, the smallest one of the departments. Its total budget is approximately $661,000. The largest part of the increase in her budget next year is the result of a refunding of a senior administrative clerk that had been defunded at the beginning of 2014. That is now proposed to be refunded and stay in the city clerk's office to assist her with her duties. There's also continuing funding for the Legistar implementation, which will be, I believe, formally finished this next year. And that is just about it. There are no other staffing changes proposed in the budget. City Clerk?
Hi, Council. Aside from that, I just wanted to give you an update of where we've been and where we're going. Our small staff of 5, we lost 2 people last year, had to recruit and retrain. We have a new assistant city clerk, Todd Sturman. He's doing a fantastic job. He's able to step in for me and have my back anytime I need him, so I really appreciate that. And we also implemented several electronic management systems this year. The Legistar Automated Agenda Management System, which manages our agenda process, and also give us live streaming video and video timestamping, so citizens and council members can go directly to places on the video where they need more information about what happened at the meeting. We've done all that along with net file electronic reporting for campaign finance reporting, as well as 700 reporting. So we're implementing a lot of technology in our office, and that's going to make things go a lot smoother, a lot faster, and a lot more efficient. And we hope that you guys find these things very, very helpful, and also make the citizens able to get to this information a lot faster as well. Some of our future projects will include managing our boards and commissions better and getting more information on the internet for that, adding more board meetings to Legistar so our boards and commissions can use that automated system as well, and reviewing and updating our records retention schedule and submit to council for approval, because it's been quite a while since we've done that. And I'd also like to develop a systematic way of managing citywide records throughout the city. The clerk's office manages the clerk's records, but all departments have records, and as a city, we're responsible for taking care of those records as well. So there is a systematic way to do that, and I'm looking at ways to get that implemented at the city as well. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Yvonne. Okay. Now I'm going to go to the public, and if any members of the public would like to address our city clerk's budget review, we'd like to hear from you.
Well, this is your number one team right here. Anytime, any paper you need, you go right there, and they will help you. And what I don't see no more, I don't see any more red tags that coming out here to you every time something is coming up. You guys used to have a lot of red tags coming in. The information is in the packet that you guys can understand. And the girls in there, they work hard. They work for a lot of departments. They worked for redevelopment when they was here. Fresno Joint Finance Authority when they was here. The mayor has hers. Alan Autry, I call him Carlos Brown. They help everybody, even the attorney, everybody get information from there. And they keep an excellent record. I don't care what time of day I come in there. They very nice, courteous, all the time. May I help you? What can I do? They always there for you. And there's nothing bad that I can ever say about those girls there because they're hard workers. When Yvonne first came aboard, she needed a photocopy machine. And I hear that you guys got her a photocopy machine, and some more things are going more efficient for her. But what I think needs to be done, the only thing I can see that needs to be done, well, we need some bird seeds over there for Cindy. We need some candy in that little candy jar that we always rate when we go through up in there because they're very nice and efficient. And I always like to see them happy. And there's nothing you could say about those girls. They keep everything on top of everything. When you go in this room over here, you got old records up in here. If you don't know anything, they'll go out and find the records. They'll do a lot of research. That's why I advise you guys to do a lot of research. Then you'll know. They do a lot of work. And then they treat people so nice. And then they look nice when you go there. They always greet you with a smile. Nothing ever bad. And they're just some excellent human beings. They eat together, talk together, laugh and have fun when the business work is done. I don't care what time I go in there. You never see nothing bad going on in that office. They're very nice people. And your work, they have you guys get paid for the city council. And the people upstairs, the enterprise, they have to do the enterprise down here for the council, redevelopment when they was here, assessor's office when they are here now, all kind of more. Bruce, you get paperwork and stuff from over there. All of you all get paperwork from over there. And it's something always there, and they know exactly where it's at. I said they did an excellent job, and they're steady doing an excellent job for the city of Fresno. And I said we should always keep them here, help them out. See whatever they need, like I heard Yvonne say, to make them more efficient with the Fresno Bee and for reaching out to other people with those machines. That's all we need to do is keep on helping. And Bruce, I'm looking up for you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Any other members of the public like to comment on the city clerk's budget? All right, then. And the screen is clear up here. Any council members? All right. Then we are on to our next item, which is facts. And I believe, Bruce, you're going to do that one? Okay.
All right, the next budget, as noted, is the transportation budget, or facts, that can be found on page B 149 in your budget book. Transportation Department's budget is approximately $156 million for FY15. About 85 of that is operating. The remainder is in capital. The largest single capital project is, of course, the BRT for approximately $32 million. The staffing impacts are minimal. One thing I do want to point out is the note on page 154 that the driver positions have been increased by 14 in the anticipation that they will be added sometime in the current fiscal year. The other service impacts for this department include the utilization of 4 police cadets. They will be used from the police department. 2 of them will be used in the Manchester Center. 2 of them will be used in the downtown area, in addition to the police officers that are already assigned to the fax department to help with illegal and disruptive activity down there. The Federal Paratransit Review is also budgeted in here at about $23,000 to hire a consultant to ensure compliance with the FDA regulation and the ADA laws. They also have some additional monies for parts inventory that they have been holding back on for the past couple of years. They need some for the handy ride vehicles, and they will also need some for the residential solid waste truck fleet. That was kind of put into abeyance last year due to Measure G. Now that those trucks are staying, they are needing a certain level of repair and also replacement. So they have taken that into account and have increased their inventory budgets for that purpose. Also in here is the paratransit service contract, which was approved by council. It is a very small increase of about $150,000 over the contract in FY14. Aside from that, there are no additional service impacts to describe to you. If you have any other questions, I think both of the directors are here.
It doesn't work, and there's no council president, so I'm just going to start talking. Oh, I'm sorry.
He has a presentation to give.
Oh, you have a presentation?
And
I thought you were up here to answer questions.
I am. I don't have a presentation.
You don't have a presentation. Acting President, may I go?
Wait a minute. You don't have anything to say?
Just that, very quickly, as Jane covered, what we have before you is pretty much, to a great extent, a status quo budget. Over the last year, I've been focusing and working with staff, and let me take the opportunity first introduce to the community, to some of the council members who haven't met him yet, Mr. Brian Marshall, who is the new Transportation Director for the City of Fresno. Brian, do you want to come up real quickly?
Good afternoon. This is such a wonderful city, absolutely wonderful. My wife and I just marvel at the city and are anxious to be high contributors to the city in every area, not just transportation, but also in every area of the city. I'm excited about this budget. Hadn't seen it all, had not had an opportunity in these 3 days or 4 days. But what I do know about me is that I'll take whatever I have and absolutely find a way to make the best of it. So I'm excited about it. I'll turn it back to Bruce. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you. So as I was saying, over the last year, a lot of the time I was spending with the rest of the team that's behind me and with us today is Mr. Jim Shad, the Assistant Director, Mr. Joe Vargas, the Management Analyst, Kathleen Healy, our Administrative Manager. Kind of going back to basics. I was needed to get my hands or my head around where the operation was financially, because as all of us recall, there's a lot of discussions in recent months about bus rapid transit, our ability to fund and sustain that over the long term, but more importantly, having or ensuring that we had enough capital as well as other revenues needed to support the operations on an ongoing basis. This year, and when I say this year, the year that we are in, the department did transfer, as I had committed to you, $2.5 million to an operating reserve. Plans are to transfer another $2.5 million into that reserve, giving the department in 2 years a $5 million reserve, which is $4 million, which will be about equivalent to what the general fund reserve will be at the end of this year as well. So as we have talked about, even with our enterprise departments, without sufficient reserves or cash flow, it has a direct impact on the city's ability to close its books at the end of the year, because we're essentially having to cover some debt or some costs incurred by either the enterprises or other departments. And we already had a hard enough time covering general fund obligations, let alone obligations from the enterprise departments. We did, as I mentioned, successfully come up with a way to move BRT forward. We also, I don't know if you've been made aware, also received 3 years of operating assistance that is going to allow us to move forward with the Shaw Avenue service that we talked about during the bus rapid transit program. We have new buses being delivered, and we have other capital plans going on as we speak that will improve the level of passenger amenities out in the community, and then the augmentation of the police cadets to the 4 officers that we already fund. And so a common, and the one other thing, and Lee would be, Councilmember Brand would be, is I know a strong supporter of this. The department has commissioned its first facilities assessment, which, as far as I know, is the first one of its kind in the city, where we are walking. We've hired a firm to come in and look at the overall condition of our existing facilities, and that will be used to essentially put together a 5-year or ongoing capital plan, which will look at the current condition of our facilities, the various assets, everything from chillers, asphalt, bus washers, and identify how much needs to be set aside for that on an ongoing basis. The department did transfer, in addition to $2.5 million into reserves, $500,000 into a reserve, and another $500,000 is slated for this year that will fund that on an ongoing basis. And we hopefully will have that report finalized within 6 months? 90 to 120 days. So we'll be using that as a roadmap as to how we maintain a lot of our existing assets and facilities. So with that, that's my short and sweet presentation without a PowerPoint.
Councilmember Caprielio. No, I'm kidding. It's Clint. I'm kidding.
Oh, you're funny. Welcome. I just had a couple of questions. Will the comprehensive capital asset and facilities assessment study cover obviously our bus stops are included in assets and facilities?
They are. So when we talk about that would probably be Manchester would fall under that. When we talked about bus stops and shelters, we are working on that. But that's essentially we need to identify what the replacement cycle is for shelters.
Okay.
There is amount of the budget set aside under capital, under federal grants under our 5307 that has been already allocated. We are using our passenger data that we collect. We have an automated system now that allows us to know how many people are boarding, where, and what time. That will be used to drive the level of amenities that we install at these sites.
Understandable. I went out about 2-3 months ago and took photographs of some of the bus stops in the 7th District along Olive and along Belmont and Blackstone, and some of them are in really deplorable condition just in terms of the bench, lack of bench, the signs. They're tagged, they're in a very old condition, and I'm concerned about the message that sends to our bus riders. It says you're not valued enough for us to maintain a clean stop. So that was one of the, if there's a way that that could be included or done separately, I realize
it is concluded.
Okay,
I will tell you, one of the things we focused on, and I think in the last 3 to 4 months, we installed at least 80 to 90 new shelters.
Yes.
There are plans to do that, if not more, this year.
Thank you.
So we need to get back to back to the basics.
Right, agreed. The other question I had is the grant that this council voted for a grant, I guess maybe 2 years ago or last year, to put the concrete pads in. What are they called? Landing pads where the buses stop. I thought that was a very worthwhile program because, at least at Manchester Center where the buses stop, it's undulated. The asphalt is like this. Yes, Jim? We are doing. Oh, we are. Excellent.
As well as other stops.
And other stops as well. Okay. I think that's a very worthwhile use of money in the facts department. And then the final question I had, and I think maybe I asked you 2 days ago but forgot what you answered. The determination on the shifts of the cadets at Courthouse Park and also at Manchester Center. Are they going to be there as long as FACS is in operation, or are there going to be some hours that will be not covered?
And then we're going to base it on, and we'll follow up with what the exact shifts are. We've been working with Deputy Chief Foster to put together the shifts. Most likely it will be based on peak demand, most likely in the morning and in the afternoon, evening hours where we have more people there, and also the level of activity, especially with high school age kids and other activities. We'll base it on the level of activity that's occurring at and the number of passengers that are at that site or those sites.
The two at each site are not working in tandem, but they're scheduled separately so we can have more coverage, or are you going to have partners walking?
Well, we may have one, you have days off, but you'll have one in Manchester, one at downtown, and maybe an overlap during the week.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Welcome. Thanks again. Thank you, Bruce.
Councilman Capriolio.
Welcome to Fresno. Look forward to including you in our family. We're a hard-working group, and I'm sure you'll fit in. I had a couple things. Do we actually know the total number of people / passengers who ride the bus as opposed to trips and these other counts? I understand it's like 3% of the population. Is it that?
Yeah, I think the number, that 3 or 4%, is, if you look at the number of trips in totality that are taken on a given day, 3 to 4% of those trips are made on public transportation. As far as knowing how many people, we don't know. That would be a guess on a good day.
And then in the budget, it looks like the overtime payment has been reduced from about $421,000 to $211,000. Am I reading those numbers correctly? I have it on page 227 of the line item detail by department.
Okay.
It's about a third of the way down.
No, I see that. What it is, and I'm going to be looking over to, if you go to page 228, the overtime is also, and so the way the budget's broke out for the department, you have Measure C. So if you go to the top of page 227, and you'll see line item 22505.
Sort of, yes.
Okay. The overtime that's allocated or is paid for out of Measure C is the $211,000 that you just cited. If you go over to the next page, you will see the same line item, 51301, but it's under a different fund org that's coming out of the federal dollars, or probably TDA dollars, correct? And that's 894. In totality, the overtime has been reduced, but the reason the overtime has been reduced is that this budget assumes that we're going to fill up to 15 positions, so therefore, in theory, if you add 15 positions, you don't need as much overtime.
Yeah, is there a way to secure that fact or potential fact that we're going to actually, by hiring, we're going to actually reduce the overtime that we pay out?
That is something that, based on the overall level of productivity of the operators, is ultimately going to drive that assumption.
I think that's something we all look forward to.
Yeah.
Then on the same page, it looks like the alternative fuel and diesel fuel has gone up. Diesel about $300,000 and alternative fuel about $350,000. I thought we would be using less fuel with more efficiency by incorporating that into the bus system.
Well, most of the reason the alternative fuel or natural gas budget is going up is because more of our buses are going to natural gas. The diesel fuel price line number, and Jim, is this for FACS or is this for both departments? But is okay? So you believe it's flat? Okay. Okay. Right. Okay.
I think I heard that.
Yeah. What it is as more of our buses, and I think by the end of this or next fiscal year, we will be at pretty close to 100% compressed natural gas, so therefore the volume or the amount of natural gas that we use will go up, therefore the price will go up. Diesel, while the amount of diesel will go down, prices have continued to rise on gasoline and diesel.
Thank you very much. I hope we can continue these efforts. They look great. Thanks a lot.
Councilman Chong.
Thank you, Council President, and welcome, Mr. Marshall, to our team. Bruce, quickly, we've gone through several key hires this past year alone. Some directors that I agree with you. We sorely need take some of those responsibility off of you. But some of those hires, obviously, it gone through, and sometimes we just kind of see how that process gets done on the paper. So, just a quick reminder on some of these key hires. Do we use a national firm?
In some cases, in a majority of cases, we've used a national firm.
Okay. And for our parks director here, do we get a lot of applicants that came in?
We got a lot of applicants for our parks director position. We also got a significant number of applicants for our transportation director position, as well as our public utilities director position that we're in the process of filling as well.
And obviously, we're looking to slowly climb out where we've been for a while, and we continue to look at our budget and see our current staff in terms of the package they have, the salary. We try to balance those out. How do the new directors come in, or in terms of their package? Are they within the parameters that we look for a city of our size and what we're expecting to attract good people?
Yes, they're consistent with the size of the organization, the level of responsibility, the market. I can tell you the most recent hires, their compensation was set at levels comparable to, and if not exact, to what we were paying last year and what we offered and had accepted by other individuals who came on board a year ago.
No, I appreciate that. I was going to try to avoid the hot seat for Mr. Marshall real quickly, but I guess let me ask you. I've heard that you've had some experience with BRT before, Mr. Marshall, and obviously we're kind of going through our own little hot potato with BRT and the challenges and perception of that. What is your initial take on it? I know you only been here for 3 days, so don't worry. I won't hold you too much accountable for the discussion. But what's your take on our current situation with the BRT?
Yeah, I'm still looking at the system. BRT is not for every city, but it appears that it's a real viable option for here. Based on the volume of passengers, based on the overall system, it appears that way. But one thing that I'm committed to is making sure we make the right decisions. So it means really taking your time and studying everything in the system. I'll be glad to come back to the next meeting or the meeting after this and be able to say, here's a full assessment.
No, I appreciate your candidness. Obviously, we haven't had a chance to meet. I think it's been scheduled, so I look forward to that meeting. And again, thank you and welcome to the city of Fresno. Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Baines.
Council President, I made an error when I was the acting president and didn't go out to the public, so I will cede my time and allow you to go out there because I think there are some folks here that I want to let them say what they need to say before I make comments.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. With that, Bruce and Mr. Marshall, we're going to actually go out to the public. And I think we have some people here that would like to talk about the fax system and the fax budget review. So if any members of the public would like to talk about anything they heard today or fax, please approach the microphone and introduce yourself to us, and you'll get 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Julie Cussiter. I'm the Public Information Officer with the Fresno Veterans Home. I know I met most of you at our grand opening last October, and what I wanted to do is give you a little update on where we were and also explain to you how important extending the fax service to our home is to our veterans. Since last October, we've had a steady stream of veterans moving into our home. As of today, we have 49 veterans living in our home. Now, these are vibrant, active seniors who don't like sitting around very much. But for the state of California, what we provide to our residents in terms of transportation is transportation for outings. We go to baseball games, we go out to different activities, and those are the types of transportation services we provide in addition to any medical appointments they may have. Dental appointments, medical appointments, appointments at the VA, we provide those transportation services. That's part of the services you receive as a resident at the Fresno Veterans Home or any veterans home in the state of California. But the state is unable to provide transportation services for our veterans for personal outings or errands. We simply don't have the staff or the vehicles to provide that type of service. While we will be receiving new vehicles as our population grows, again, we just simply do not have the resources to provide that type of service for our veterans. Of the 49 residents we currently have at the home, only 10 have their own personal vehicles. When fully occupied, we will have 300 veterans living in the home. So you can see the situation that we're in. We've provided our residents with information about such alternative transportation services as Handy Ride and the taxi voucher program, which provide door-to-door service. But the Handy Ride program is very cost prohibitive. It's $48 per month, while the Senior Fax monthly voucher program is only $24 per month. So it's a real cost savings. In addition, our employees. Last October, we had 60 employees. Currently, we have about 170. And we're on schedule to hire another 138 employees this fiscal year. So we're talking 300 residents and 450 employees out at the Fresno Veterans Home. So you can see the value in adding 1 mile to the fax service down California to include the home. And I believe, according to Charlie Waters, he said that it was promised to him. I didn't ask him to come down today because I thought I could speak on behalf of the home and give you guys a break. But again, we would truly, truly appreciate it. Our residents would truly appreciate it if you extended it. I know for a fact that our residents have gone off on their own on outings. So thank you for your time. Any questions? Or?
Julie, Councilman Capriolio has a question for you.
Yes.
I was curious as to that you mentioned taxi voucher.
Mm-hmm.
How is that system working for the veterans?
Not too many of them are using it. Again, it's a little pricey, but they're really interested in extending the bus service. But several of them are using it. Yes.
It's my understanding that the veteran would pay 25 cents out of every dollar for the taxi use. Is that your understanding?
I believe, they buy like coupon books where they use those coupon books for transportation. But a lot of this is new to them. Many of them are familiar and comfortable with using public transportation. Several of them expressed to me the fact that they've used it in the past and they would like to continue using it in the future if it were available to them.
It might be interesting to see if they do use or encourage them to use a taxi service and see if that's an effective use of Measure C funds. If it's not, maybe that should be adjusted to be more accommodating.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public like to address this item? The fax budget review?
I just can't sit here and listen to this bull crap anymore. Because, see, this is for, leave me alone. This is for Bruce because he come out from over there at that bus terminal himself. And I was here when they gave award to the guy that knew him from years back. Now, I was born over here on Southwest Fresno on a church. Used to be on Willow Street, used to be a big old ditch on Fig. My mother had Hunt's Cafe right there on Walnut all these years. A lot of old folks, everybody. They went downtown. We had golf chucks, zookers everywhere. Nice downtown. I don't have a bus stop up there. I got just a pole. The buses will pass you by because they can't see you for the trees and stuff. There's no place to sit. There's no shelter. It's awful. For those people who have to live like that, and you guys sitting up here talking about we got this here, I couldn't take that shit no more. We got this here. We need something over there on the southwest side of Fresno. Them signs say east. You're taking pictures. You don't know nothing about the west side. You go to Edison High School and just go straight down that street. Edison High School got all them new bus things, lights and everything. You go across church, you're going to see nothing. Right there from church and Walnut, they got a bus stop in the field with no seat, no nothing on it. I don't want to hear this crap no more. I want to talk about the bus drivers. This bullet train, this bullet bus, whatever you want to call it, we don't know anything about that thing, but I do know these boys and girls kept them buses going all year round. They went without a contract. They didn't have no money. You guys got a bunch of money up here. I didn't hear not one thing up here talking about no salaries, the back pay, and what you guys going to include in this budget for them and their families and their work and time that they put in when you guys didn't have no money. So it's time to pay them back too. This shit don't make sense to me right now. I'm getting hot, but you let me alone. I'm getting hot by the minute. I'm in District 3, and I'm 67 years old, and I was born over there. I'm not going to let you guys sit up here in my roots and talk about something what you've done everywhere else and ain't done nothing for us over here, Mr. Olivia. You leave me alone. And over here, I want those bus drivers to get a big check raise, insurance, everything that they got coming to them. I want jobs over there for them boys used to be on the street and girls going and clean them buses up. I want the people to ride them buses when they want to go to the grocery store. They can get on there and take their little bags of food home like I used to have to do, dog food and everything, carry my stuff on the bus when I was pushing my wheelchair. We made and saved a lot of money for this bus thing when you guys was going broke running around here. And now those kids can't even buy nothing for themselves because y'all around here holding the money in your pocket when Bruce already talked about it, he's going to put $1 million, $500,000 here and $500,000 here. We got a $61 billion budget. And that's not including all that other doggone stuff. Y'all get them grants and stuff. Y'all probably putting them in your pocket. I don't know where that money going. I don't see nothing that you guys doing over there. I don't want to hear this. Sal, you know it. You've been here a long time. You've been here longer than all these, except them down there. They planned us in this stuff. Mr. Brand and Mr. Caparillo's on that planning commission. My light's still green. Leave me alone.
No, Barbara, that time's up.
You know what? You didn't do that on nobody else.
Well, they didn't go over.
Well, you know what? I don't care. I want you guys to do something for them buses, them bus drivers, and the people in Southwest Fresno with some bus stops. Things go over there for the rain and stuff, and quit bull crapping them bus drivers and doing all that work. And you guys got all this money, and you won't give them nothing, and it don't make sense. Now I sit down. You didn't tell nobody else to sit down. That lady stepped in and talked all the time. I'm going to call it racism. Don't start me up here in this crap.
Any other members of the public like to address this item?
Rick, I think we've heard about everything we can hear about bus, right?
Rick Stites, Amalgamated Transit Union, and thank you, Ms. Hunt. I'm going to bring you to the bargaining table. It's not finished yet. Okay. Just a couple comments. I'm still looking forward to the commission of the Transit Review Committee that I was promised that was going to be implemented someday, soon, I hope. I believe a number of issues need to be looked at by that committee. I understand Bruce is mentioning the Shaw BRT route. I'm still pushing, and there's some support for the BRT route to go on the north part of Line 28. Also, and speaking on behalf of bus drivers and the riding public, an expansion of hours, service hours. A system that stops running at 9:30 at night is not conducive to ridership and the betterment of the public in the city of Fresno riding public transit. I'll be short. The last item that I want to mention is the cadets at Manchester and at the Courthouse Park. I appreciate the city's movement toward putting people out there. I don't believe just at peak hours is going to be that helpful. Violence, drug dealing occurs during any time during the day, morning, or night. If you just have them there during certain times, maybe it'll put a damper on those activities, the illegal activities. You need to have somebody at these bus stops, these transit centers, during the entire time that the system is working. People are looking for secure transfers and safety in riding this system, and I believe to have security during the time that the system is operating will be more than fruitful. Thank you for your time.
Rick.
Hi, my name's Frank Hanslick, and I want to speak on behalf of the buses going out to the Veterans Home. There's a few people out there that don't have transportation. We're kind of like landlocked, you know. If we cannot go on excursions or go to medical appointment, that's our only, you know, other than paying somebody for gas, and that's okay sometimes, but you know, it adds up. You know, there's going to be a lot of people out there, and there are quite a few now, and I feel it would be worthwhile for the city to take this endeavor. So I thank you so much. Bye.
Any other members? Yes, ma'am. Come forward.
My name is Marlena Rafferty, and I am district president for the Veterans of Foreign War, and I went to the opening of the Veterans Home. It's an absolute wonderful place. It's great for the veterans to be able to live there. Any help you can give them in regard to transportation would be greatly appreciated. I know they deserve every bit of it. I originally came from Germany, so I'm saying thank you to this country and to the veteran for what they have done for me, my family, my original country. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public like to comment on this item? All right. Councilman Baines. Yeah.
Did you have someone else that wanted to speak? Are you good? Okay. Thanks. So thank you, Council President, for allowing me to talk after our veterans. I knew that they came here to make some comments, and I apologize. When I was the acting president, I should have gone out to the public before I was so rudely interrupted by Councilmember Olivier down there. He completely threw me off. So, but I wanted to my comments around facts really are surrounded around the comments of our veterans. You know, Bruce, that this has been an issue for me since the home opened. You know, we had the presentation a couple weeks ago, and the consultants we hired did a tremendous job in you know, giving us the policy decisions we have to make in regards to service, right? You know, do we want to increase ridership or increase coverage, right? So, and as you all know, everybody that listens to me speak, I don't like this or that conversations, right? We should be trying to do both. It's about and, not one or the other. Now, obviously, we've got to find a way to balance that, but we should be trying to do both. And not saying that we don't do a decent enough job in doing both. We're not all the way there for me. And the Veterans Home, providing service to the Veterans Home is one of the things that I think we need to do. We need to do that. It was a struggle to get the home open. A lot of us on this dais, and you, Bruce, been here for the entire struggle, even just trying to get the home open. And I don't think our veterans are really asking for any better treatment than anyone else. They're just really asking for the same treatment. And I think that if nothing else, we owe it to them for that, to be able to provide public transit there. So I want to just see that as a priority for this coming year. I know you feel the same way because we've talked about it, but these comments need to be on the record so that our council knows how I feel. Bruce hears it from me all the time. You guys don't get a chance to hear me say it, but you know, we need to make this happen, guys. We need to make sure we have service out there for our veterans, and they're not asking for any special treatment. They're asking for a ride, and I think we got to find a way to pull that off. And I want to also make sure I acknowledge the other thing that itches with me too is, you know, extended service hours. So again, Bruce hears me have to say this and lament about this all the time, but you know, we're going to need to find a way to expand our hours to make sure that we're accommodating our education and workforce so we can support our families and our economy here. So I think there's a lot of validity in what Rick Stite says with that. We out of all the things we may disagree on, we certainly agree on that one, that we need expanded service hours. And then finally, we should look at ways to find more security coverage at these transit centers. I don't disagree with that either. I think Rick's right. I was a former police officer. Criminals adjust really good to the hours of law enforcement. So what they do is they just don't do their business at the time that we're there. They wait till we leave, and then everyone else gets harassed when we're gone because they memorize our schedules. So having fuller coverage or intermittent coverage or some type of way where we can disrupt the actual illegal activity that goes there would be beneficial. I think there are a couple different ways you can do that. Just not always having the same set shift is one way to do it. We can spread coverage out and appear like we have more coverage even with just adjusting hours so that our criminals don't know when we're going to be there. So, but I do agree with the sentiment of we don't want to be too easy to peg for the criminal element out there, and we want to keep our riders safe. And finally, Rick, we're going to do the committee we talked about. Remember, we said it was going to be after budget. We want to get through the budget cycle. We want to get through this, and you can rest assured that we're going to be piling through some of these issues, and the timing is actually good, especially with a new transit director here to actually help make some of these decisions and some of these contemplations. So with that, those are my comments. I don't necessarily know if I have a motion yet. At some point, I may come back. Or can I make a motion? I thought about that. Well, I want to make a motion that we have service to the veterans home. That's my motion. So, all right, Bruce. That's all I have right now. And I have a second, Mr. President. By the way.
Yeah, yes, you do. You have a motion and a second. So, all right, that's a motion that's been made. Are you done, Councilman? Councilman Olivier?
No, it's okay. I can ask questions offline with Bruce.
All right. The screen is clear then. Thank you, Bruce. And thank you, Brian, for joining us. Nice to meet you this week.
I want to thank Bruce for starting this here, keeping it together, because none of y'all wasn't here. Bruce the one's causing that veteran home and everything, and keeping this whole city of Fresno together, because y'all wasn't up there. Things ain't did nothing for nobody around here. Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce. Barbara. Security.
They call me Bruce. We done?
No.
Somebody get up and leave.
Yes. We have one more, everybody.
He was downstairs, but Bruce, he did nothing for the west side. Nothing, they did nothing. I'm going to give credit where it's due at.
All right, and now we have information services.
Yes, we do.
Oh, Jane, you're going to do that for us?
All right, gentlemen. You can find the Information Services Department on page B95. Again, this is pretty much a status quo budget. They are primarily funded by internal service charges, with the exception of the call center, which is located in this department. That is funded by approximately $360,000 worth of general fund money. Under their expenditure requests and service impacts that they have, which are on page B95, they wish to point out that they would be including some monies for Granicus, the system for the city clerk, that would also be continuing to be implemented. Also, they're experiencing some savings in their interdepartmental charges. This is primarily through liability self-insurance charges and telephone charges. That is primarily due to the rolling off of a claim off of their costs over the last 2 years. And then also the systems replacement fund. There is also a service impact for that. That will be used next year to acquire a new budget system and to complete the Voice over Internet Protocol project. The new budget system, which hopefully will be coming before you in July, is funded through the replacement fund in ISD, with some additional funding in the actual budget of the budget division. There is at least $1 million committed towards the acquisition of a new budget, but hopefully we will not have to spend all of that, and I do not believe that we will. The Voice Internet Protocol system is budgeted at $385,000, and this is its final phase. Aside from that, the staffing, a call center representative was converted to a full-time employee from a permanent part-time. This will address increased call volumes that come in from the public and to follow up on citizen calls. It also will help on the ISD help desk. And to that extent, that is the extent of their service impacts. If you have any other additional comments or questions about their operation, I believe the department director is here.
What's that? Yeah. Any members of the public like to address the Information Services Budget Review?
I think I got a card up there. The last one. These people here, they did a great job. Years ago, when Comcast was here, all the communications around here went to one person. If that was a war right here, nobody couldn't get out, no sounds, no nothing. Wouldn't leave here because one person owns this whole communication system that we have. Then they had to fix, so we got communications through these people here in the information center, had them hook up with some modern equipment. They answer the phone, tell you which department that you need to go when they couldn't go nowhere, find nobody to talk to, because half these people don't answer their phone. I could never get Bangs in his office. Sal's always here. This is why he on the third term. Mr. Brown was downstairs in the planning commission. Mr. Caparillo was. You wasn't here. Mr. Bonks, he come in fighting like a war horse. So what I'm saying, we got to stick together, because if something happens right now, we're going to have everything in place for communication so we can know where to go. This is the shell right here. Anybody can call here, and then they can say, well, we go to this shelter over here. We go to this shelter over here. We used to have shelters, in case we have a bomb threat or something, at these schools, the post office, you can go up underground. So in case something really big happens around here, we can always supposed to call City Hall, because you guys are the boss. But when you call, I call my line, they going to lunch. I've been here 6-7 years with them, 5 years, could never go in the office. Nobody never calls you back. Poor communication. And then don't want to put a bus stop on my area. I don't see how nobody get a vote for something like that. But my mouth going to run to the day I die. Nothing going to stop me. I pay taxes. Y'all works for me. And them people, whatever they need, give it to them. Let them fix that office up down there and get the best modern technology to get the word out to your people. Because if something happened here years ago, you remember this too, Sal, they didn't have, all them communications was cut off to everybody, but just as one person, because I used to talk all the time. Why do you guys give this to one person in case something happened? They own everything. If we got a war, some come here, nobody wouldn't get no word out because they control everything. Comcast hooked up with that crap too. This is all I want to say, and I'm going home. What I want to say next, thank you very much, and I'm going to be here forever. Nobody can't stop me. I'm running for mayor the next time because one monkey ain't never stopping no show, especially when I see a monkey with some lipstick on. Thank you very much.
Any other members of the public? Any other members of the public like to address the ISD budget review? All right. Councilman Capriolio.
I had a couple of questions, if you would. Under appropriations, it has non-personnel services. What does that entail? I'm not sure what that includes, non-personnel services. And then I'd also like to have you address interdepartmental services after we take care of the first one.
The difference between the non-personnel services and
the non-personnel services, that's pretty much our operating. And that would do all of our supplies, our equipment, any type of services we buy, in opposed to the personnel services, which would be staffing.
And that went up 12%. We'll go up 12%.
Oh, the 12%? Well, part of that 12% is we will be covering the part of the budget software, which is about, probably around $1 million. And then we also have in there, we had a lot more requests for services this year for extra equipment, and that is done through a 10X process. And that we had a lot more requests this year than we did last year.
And then on interdepartmental services, what does that entail?
That would be the services that are provided internally. That covers like our services, communications, and it also covers a lot of the city hall rent.
A lot of city hall?
The city hall rent, where the servicing of the debt service.
And that went down 26%? Where did that 26% go, I wonder?
Well, a large part of that was we had a huge reduction in our liability costs. We had a judgment against us. I think it happened several years ago. We're on I believe a 3-year rolling average, and that cost had fallen off, and that was a huge reduction. We also had we had a lot less in communication charges. That would be the pass-through charges. Last year, we anticipated that we would have a lot more charges for that as we move more toward mobility. Based on history, really that service didn't go up as we anticipated, so we lowered the cost for that also.
Excellent. Do you think there'll be future reductions in this coming year on that same category? Is there a way to project that? Or
I don't see any material reductions in the coming year.
We've pretty much done it right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Gary.
Any other council members? All right then, our screen is clear. Thank you for the ISD department. And we will continue on Monday morning at 9 a.m. We're going to have airports, the convention center, the general city purpose, and parks and police. So we have a full day on Monday. We'll see you then. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.